Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Rural hospitals across America have been closing and scaling back, crushed by the current healthcare economics. But in Riverton, they're fighting that trend in a big way with a new $66 million hospital project. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the central Wyoming city is building a new 71,000 square foot hospital that will offer state-of-the-art primary, acute, emergency, and specialty care services, as well as 24/7 surgical and emergency capability for a region serving about 20.
The suit alleges that cameras in the hallway at the mall were not working at the time of the incident, and there was not any kind of security response when these teens put on ski masks to take Bobby Maher outside. So it's just saying there was a total lack of security and just controlling the situation at the mall. What's interesting, too, is that the family is asking anybody in the community with information about mall security incidents or practices to contact them.
Both of the teens involved in Bobby Maher's death have been convicted. In day 4 of the vehicular homicide trial of a Haitian trucker accused of recklessly killing one EMT and severely injuring another with a commercial truck on I-80, the driver took the witness stand Thursday in his own defense. 46-year-old Saviol St. Jean faces one count of aggravated vehicular homicide, another of aggravated assault, and a third for not moving over for emergency vehicles. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland has been following the trial.
He described working for 9 years as a police officer in Haiti and fearing that he was targeted by armed groups, making the decision with his wife and daughter to come to the United States. The crux of the testimony probably was where he was talking about what he saw as he approached the scene. He's saying, I saw the lights to the right. They were refracting on my window. Emergency vehicles are often to the right. And so I merged left and then I tried to brake and it was too late.
St. Jean's trial is scheduled to continue on Wednesday. Internet access can be challenging in the tiny town of Parkman, northwest of Sheridan. That's one of the reasons Parkman Bar and Grill accepts only cash or checks from its customers. But better, more affordable, high-speed internet is on the way for communities like Parkman, which falls into one of Wyoming's many gray areas identified on the FCC's national broadband map. Now, Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Wyoming will get $348 million in federal funding to ensure that speeds of at least 25 megabytes per second for downloads become available to everyone across the state who wants it.
This is a federal grant that multiple providers could apply for. So different companies across the state are looking at a piece of this pie to build out broadband access at 38,000 plus locations that don't currently have the minimum speeds for high-speed internet access.
The Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program kicked off in 2021 and has since worked its way through 2 presidential administrations to get to where it is now. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Casper Medical Imaging and Outpatient Radiology meet all your imaging needs with 2 convenient locations in Casper. Whether you need a mammogram, CT, ultrasound, MRI, or DEXA scan, your image is always our focus. Visit our East Campus at 6600 East 2nd or our main campus at 419 South Washington, and let us help you find the answers you need through high-quality imaging and compassionate care close to home. See what we can do for you at caspermedicalimaging.net/services.
Well, residents of Red Lodge, Montana were amused Monday to watch as a moose shared an intimate moment with an inanimate object. A young male moose tried his luck and found a receptive partner for his raging hormones, but Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the only problem was the other moose was a life-sized wooden sculpture of a male moose outside the Roosevelt Center.
I looked up scientific information in terms of how male moose behave during the rut, and there's no explanation as far as we know for the behavior that this moose in Red Lodge was showing. It clearly had an affection for this wooden moose sculpture, even though it was clearly a sculpture of a male moose, and male moose don't mount each other during their mating rituals. So who knows what this guy was going for, but it seemed to make sense to the moose, at least at the time.
Judging by the size of this moose's antlers, it's clear this male was inexperienced and feeling himself out. But even when they're this inexperienced, male moose are dangerous and shouldn't be approached during the rut. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
It is the Cowboy State Daily, Wednesday, September 10. And we'll be tracking the following stories this morning. Dale Killingback writing about the father of the 14-year-old teen that was stabbed to death in the East Ridge Mall in Casper. He's suing. We just recently heard in the news about the sentencing of the stabber, one of them involved. He's headed to prison for presumably life, although parole chances could get him out in 30-ish years or something, 25 years. But the father is suing the mall, Target, and saying sloppy security contributed to the stabbing death of his son. The Haitian trucker accused of killing the EMT ambulance driver finally took the stand saying, "Oh my God, what happened when he crashed into the whole craft scene?" A young moose tries to get gay with another moose in Montana. That's my takeaway. Not that there's anything wrong with that. In Cheyenne, they had the second reading of the ordinance that would quiet things down on the city streets. And those kids and their crotch rockets will have to put a damper on things or face $100, $200 tickets, fines. A Utah woman, unidentified, is still in the hospital after being impaled by a flying piece of rebar while driving on the highway. Utah Highway Patrol says rebar went right through the windshield. They're looking for anyone who may have had dash cam of the incident. They particularly want to know, where did the rebar come from? Broadband expansion throughout the state means Wi-Fi is coming to you unless you live in Parkman, and you're never going to get Wi-Fi. Forget it. All these stories and more coming up today in the Cowboy State Daily. Casper, areas of smoke early morning. Sun will prevail by the afternoon, 87 the high. Lander, partly sunny, breezy, 84. In Evanston, you're looking at a slight chance of rain after probably 3-ish. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 76. Rock Springs, sunny, breezy, 80. Pinedale, partly sunny and breezy with highs 74, 77 in Afton with sun. DuBois, slight chance of rain after about 1, partly sunny 74. Jackson, you could see a rain shower after about 3. Until then, partly sunny 77. Bighorn Basin, let's look at Thermopolis, mostly sunny 88 today in Thermop. Beautiful day. Cody, slight chance of rain in the late afternoon. Partly sunny, 83 until then. Powell, 85. Rain showing up around 4. Buffalo, mostly sunny, 85. Sheridan, sunny, 89. That's the hot spot in the state, Sheridan. Gillette, slight chance of rain around 3-ish. Otherwise, sunny, 88. Newcastle, rain showing up in the afternoon, maybe. Otherwise, sunny, 84. Torrington, patchy fog in the morning. Slight chance of rain around 3. Otherwise, sunny, 88. And Torrington, Lusk, you may see areas of smoke in the morning and rain in the afternoon and sunshine in between. Kind of the triple header of everything. 84 the high in Lusk. Cheyenne, slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 82. Laramie, almost 80. Mostly sunny with a slight chance of rain showers in the afternoon. Rawlins, sunny, breezy. Highs around 80. Sunny and 81 in Saratoga. That's what things look like across the state. We have a special guest coming up right away, actually, this morning. I think, right? Yeah. Jeff Williams. Jeff Williams, former mayor of Arlington, Texas, but so much more than that. He's a guy who talks about leadership. He's all about unity. In fact, his first and newest book, first-time author, is called The Unity Blueprint. He's a civil engineer by trade and a 3-term mayor, I believe, 2015. He finally termed out. They loved him in Arlington as a mayor. He did a lot of things. He brought the Texas Rangers to town, the baseball team, by help building AT&T Stadium. And the book, he'll talk about why it's not about him, I think. It's about everyone pulling together on the rope. Unity. It's all about unity. Jeff Williams will be on shortly, and we'll rap about that. Until then, let's go to this Mark Hines story. This is kind of close to home. A missing kayaker from 2024. I remember when this guy went missing. I kind of remember last year. Wesley Dopkins, 43-year-old. Dopkins was last seen kayaking on Jackson Lake last summer, mid-June. I think it was about 2 in the afternoon on June 15th. Searchers found his folding kayak and his paddle and a dry bag floating off Moose Island about 8 o'clock that night, but never did find any evidence of Wesley Dopkins. The worst was feared, of course, drowning. And now we find that's likely the case. No positive identification yet, but searchers using sonar found a man's body deep in the Jackson Lake at the base of the Grand Tetons, 420 feet deep. For a mountain lake, for any lake, that's pretty deep. The body is believed to be that of the missing kayaker. However, they still need to do some positive testing. The characteristics, according to the National Park Service, the characteristics of the remains of the location where they were recovered would indicate it is Dopkins. Looks like it. Teton County Search and Rescue Chief Advisor Cody Lockhart talked to the Cowboy State Daily yesterday, Mark Hines, and said his organization deployed a helicopter to search for the kayaker shortly after he was missing last year. However, search and rescue helicopter does not have sonar equipment. They could not conduct any kind of a search beneath the lake surface. And I would assume reason being, obviously they don't have the equipment, but in the days and the hours and the days and even weeks after a disappearance, what's under the lake is not quite as urgent I mean, if Dopkins drowned and he's under the lake, we'll figure that out later. Let's just try to find Dopkins alive, right? So initially, that search did not include any kind of sonar underneath the water. It also did not uncover Dopkins. He was reported missing by a friend who had set out kayaking with him on that day. The two friends left Coulter Bay around midday, planning to go to Waterfalls Canyon on the lake's west shore. They became separated in high winds. The friend tried to get back to the starting point, but the wind drove him all the way to Leaks Marina, where he reported that Dopkins his location was unknown. Dopkins was not wearing a life jacket when he was last seen. That is a big, big leg to be on a paddleboard or a kayak. I mean, that's a small craft kayak. It's a folding kayak. That's a big leg to be on a small craft like that and think you're going to get all the way across. Mid-June is still basically early May on most lakes. You know, think about the lake you enjoy wherever you are, Michigan, New York, Virginia, wherever you enjoy a lake. Think about a big lake that you like to go out on. And what would that lake be like in first week of May? Still very cold conditions, you know, wind could kick up, and you're in a kayak. Oh, you got to have a life jacket on. Got to. Mark Hines has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Missing a kayaker believed to be found, his body 420 feet deep in Jackson Lake. The Cheyenne Man, Dale Killingbeck has the story of the Cheyenne Man. I say man, he's a boy. Boy, 21-year-old boy pleaded not guilty Tuesday to charges he shot another boy, 16-year-old, in the head. They allegedly were playing a game where they would pull loaded guns on each other. Bang, you're dead kind of game with loaded guns. Yeah, I mean, a 16-year-old certainly doesn't know better. And in today's day and age, a 21-year-old is the 21-year-old is the new 16-year-old. I mean, not until boys are in their late 20s should they be allowed off leash and on their own. Honestly, 21-year-old, that's a 16-year-old in yesterday's world. Yesterday's world, 18-year-olds were going off to war, voting and drinking and fighting for this country. Today, 18-year-olds are basically 14-year-olds. 21-year-olds are 60. You see what I'm saying? Pointed loaded handguns at each other. Nice, kids. Nice game. Obviously, one of the guns went off, the one being held by Sebastian Belden. He appeared at his arraignment wearing the customary orange jumpsuit in shackles. That's so the judge and jury can be sure of who is the guilty guy. It's the one in orange. That's how I know. Whoever's wearing orange, that's the one that we're going to say is guilty. Belden told the judge he understood the charges. Judge said, "How do you plead?" He said, "Not guilty, Your Honor." This incident happened on May 11th when the 16-year-old was shot in the head. They were playing a game. The circumstances of the case say the 21-year-old, who was a member of the Wyoming National Guard, so in other words, should know how to handle firearms, should know something more than the 16-year-old. But according to witnesses, several times during the day, he pointed his gun as a joke. So the 21-year-old's trying to show off, allegedly, how cool he is. I'm in the National Guard. They give me a gun. Sometimes I have to pull it like this. Bang! Whoops. Yeah. Belden told the investigator, "I didn't even know I had a live round in the chamber." Well, ignorance, no excuse. Stupidity, no excuse. Belden's own fiance told police that her boyfriend, her fiance, and the teen had weapons that afternoon. Belden frequently took out his Taurus G3 9mm from his waistband and would point it at the 16-year-old's head. During most of these incidents, Belden's fiance told the boyfriend, "Put the firearm away." Yeah, she's the only one with common sense, the only adult in the room. Dale Killingbeck will be following that story to the end, which I would assume would be a prison sentence for the Wyoming National Guardsman who thinks it's fun to just play with guns. Cowboy State Daily Show continues with our special guest, former mayor of Arlington, Texas, right after this first break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me,
When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I gotta figure out how to oil my boom mic. I wonder if you're supposed to oil it to keep it from squeaking. Probably needs some maintenance of some kind. I'm not sure where Mayor Williams is, but hopefully he'll pop in here real quick. It's early in the morning. A lot of us aren't up to speed yet. Speaking about up to speed, how about Broadband Wi-Fi coming across Wyoming, baby. $348 million broadband expansion is set for the Cowboy state, but some say it's never going to get here. In Parkman, they don't think it's ever going to get there. Renee Jean has the story. I got somebody named Sedgy Hoover in the Zoom room. I don't know who that is. I'm afraid to click them in. What? I thought yesterday I had one of those days. Maybe today is going to be one of those days. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It is September 10th, right? Because Tuesday I was working like a day off. I don't know where I was. Yeah, this, oh, wait a minute. Maybe we got some. We're going to the Zoom room, hopefully picking up former Arlington Mayor Jeff Williams. Is that you, Mayor Williams? I don't have video on you yet, but that's okay. We'll take just audio if that's the only way we can do it.
Hi, Popper. Hi, Popper. Jeff Williams.
I heard something. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
I heard you now. Yep.
Awesome.
Okay.
How are you doing, Popper?
I'm doing good. Let's see where to start. I don't want to start with a book yet. I want to start with your time as a mayor. You termed out. People loved you in Arlington, Texas, as a mayor. 30th mayor of Arlington, elected in 2015. During your tenure, you did a lot of great things. You brought Texas Rangers to town with the AT&T Stadium as a civil engineer. That's your day job. You build big projects like this. Also, as a chair of the Metro Economics Committee of the U.S. Conference of Mayors 2021. I mean, accolades up and down, and a beloved mayor of Arlington, Texas. How'd you like your time in office as a mayor?
Well, it was a challenging time in which we really had to step up, Popper. We were actually in danger of losing our Major League Baseball team, the Texas Rangers, and we really had stagnated in bringing in jobs and businesses. And so I was recruited by our leaders to run for office and to try to get moving, but I needed help. And you can imagine when you're dealing with that, I had an army of people that I needed. And they showed up, and literally we worked together with thousands of citizens to make a difference in Arlington. So challenging, but very rewarding.
Jeff, I would expect no less for you to say it's not me, it's not about me, it's we needed help. It was a group plan. So we're getting to the theme of your life and the theme of your book, first time author, The Unity Blueprint. It's about inspiring the next generation of leaders. It's about bringing people together for a good cause. It's a cure for loneliness, and it's healthy. Bringing people together, leadership. What are you? Tell me about your inspiration for writing the book. I don't know if you have any writing background or ever envisioned yourself being an author. But the topic was important enough to you that you wanted to show people, hey, leadership draws people together, and unity is important in anything. Having a plan, talk about that as well, the blueprint.
Well, Popper, it was pretty interesting. As I was leaving office, New York University, which had studied Arlington throughout that time, they had called us the sports capital of the nation. And so when I was leaving office, they said, you really ought to write a book about inclusive leadership, because we see that's been the secret to success, is bringing people together, unifying them, and moving out on great initiatives. Well, I got busy, but they contacted Forbes, and Forbes said Americans are hungry for unity. However, they're not doing much about it. There's so much dissension and division that we believe this would be a great topic. So when New York University and Forbes came, it really got me to thinking, and it truly is a passion of mine. I love to bring people together to work on initiatives. Forged so many friendships, but also there's no greater feeling than when you've worked together and you have success. And then when you don't have success, you've got friends that'll pick you up and you move on to something else.
Jeff, we've seen in the political world, people are so far apart, so divided, but they can be on the same team if only they were following and pursuing the same vision. Talk about the importance of having a plan. When you share the plan, you don't have to be this charismatic leader that people are automatically drawn to. Sometimes it's as simple as saying, I've got a plan, and here it is.
Piper, you're so right. I call it map it, make a plan. How many leaders get promoted to a manager or CEO, or they get elected and they have no plan? And you need a plan, but then after you work on making that plan, it's just your plan. You then have to go to your employees or your stakeholders and get them to add to that plan and truly listen to them, and then revise that plan so that suddenly it's not my plan, it's our plan. And it's amazing how productive you can be and how people will sign on to be that worker or that ambassador to make this plan happen.
Yeah. And how important is the plan? It's in the title of the book, which, as Jeff mentioned, is published by Forbes, The Unity Blueprint. We don't use the word blueprint much anymore. It's all AutoCAD, Jeff, but we know what it means. Blueprint means a mapped out plan. It's key.
Piper, it's pretty interesting that you say that. When we first were brainstorming on the name of the plan and blueprint came up, I said, well, I don't use blueprints anymore. And I said exactly what you said, but they said, well, you're amazed. You will be amazed because young people use the term blueprint synonymous with a plan. And so that's why we moved out there on it. And even on the cover of the book, you will see the background of AutoCAD, though, in the cover. But it's the Unity Blueprint. We have risen to a #1 Amazon bestseller, and you can find the book on Amazon, and you can find us on wjeffwilliams.com.
We're talking to Jeff Williams, former mayor of Arlington, where he was the 30th mayor of that city, and probably the best, if you ask many Texan residents. Talk about the civil engineering part, background of your life. It concerns building. Why is it in your civil engineering life? What is it? Where do you see unity there being important? I mean, you need architects. You need everything from top to bottom. The person with a vision, all the way down to those implementing it. You need a full team.
That is so true, Piper. When you're engineering, you work in teams. That's what you do. And in fact, when you're working in teams, it can be so rewarding. But also the projects that we design there. I worked on AT&T Stadium. We had to sell that project to our clients, which at the time were the Jones family. But then we also worked on greenway projects. We worked on infrastructure, public infrastructure, parks. All of those have to have input from citizens. You need to be able to value them, listen to them, and put together a plan that they can get behind. And you need to be able to communicate that with them. And a civil engineer is a key partner in building communities because you look at the roads, the utilities, the site engineering that takes place there. And I mentioned the parks, the sports facilities. All of those things are building blocks for communities. And I've seen firsthand the value of working with people. And, the great quote that Margaret Mead has is that when a few and a few committed citizens come together, it's amazing what can happen. But I like to change that up. It's even greater when thousands of citizens come together to make a difference.
Mm. Yeah, and we saw it during your term as mayor of Arlington. We see it in your daily life as a civil engineer where you build things, but not just you, a whole group, a whole unity of people. And then the book. Tell me about the book. What's in it? Is this some academia thing, or are we going to see like real life examples of real people giving their testimony?
I think that's what makes this book unique is we actually have real stories, practical applications there. What did we do right? What did we do wrong? And then the principles that we share here have actually worked. It is not just done in a classroom. And so the stories are rich, and I'll share one with you even here in my business. We've talked about the city examples, but as coming out from serving as mayor, I knew that I needed to come in and redo the culture of my firm because I wanted to hire a lot of young engineers, and I had a lot of experienced engineers. And so we literally redesigned our offices to be inviting, to actually be encouraging. We implemented new training so that people were not afraid to be able to move forward in their job. We worked out promotion pathways for them. And then we also did a high five meeting every Friday there so that they could be appreciated. And truly, we shared, this person did this for me, to give them a high five. We shared nuggets there with it. We changed our culture because when people are in conflict, it is amazing how unproductive they can become. Their mind gets occupied by the argument they had with their fellow employee instead of thinking about what they need to do on that project. In other words, when unity is there, productivity increases, morale is better, and friendships are forged. It's night and day difference, and it's worth taking the time to unify whatever group you're working with.
Yeah, you're just fostering that culture of unity in the business, in the workplace, whatever it is that you want to take away from the book. I think you can. Check it out, The Unity Blueprint. Jeff Williams, former mayor of Arlington, civil engineer by trade, and now we can add author to your list of accomplishments. What was it like, Jeff, to write this book when Forbes said, you know, we think there's a book here, and I don't know, you probably said, hey, I'm not a writer. How did it come together? Did it just flow right off the pen, right off the typewriter?
Well, the first thing we did is that I literally went through and recorded the stories. You know, what were the stories of success or failure that we had that really would work in the book. And then I had a team with Forbes that helped me to organize those stories and to work on the chapters. And then it was just a lot of work, but also very rewarding. And as we went through these stories, we actually looked together at I brought in around 40 different people that had worked on the stories to really talk about the leadership principles that we actually used on each of these to put into the book. And at the end, now we are very excited because we can see that people are hungry for it. We're seeing that even in our book sales, that people are interested in unity. And then the results are amazing. You know, people many times are looking for a distraction away from something that might be happening in their personal life and are looking for some place to work and to do good and to be with other people. And so it's and we see that in our church or school projects or civic projects, the opportunity for people to come together. And when they work together, suddenly again, the barriers are broken down, they understand each other, and they are working towards a common purpose to make a difference.
Yeah, so, you know, two more things, Jeff. We're talking to Jeff Williams, author of The Unity Blueprint. it doesn't mean it means you're when you're talking about leadership qualities and someone who is trying to be a leader, you're bringing together people and you're all pulling together on the rope in the same direction, but you don't all have to come from the same ideology, same walk of life. You can be diverse people. You can be Democrats and Republicans, dare I say, and be on the same team, be united. What can leaders do, and how can you even encourage diverse opinions? Maybe in your own business, Jeff, you have people who think differently, and that's okay, because that can make the outcome even stronger, whatever that blueprint game plan is. It's okay to have diverse people on the same team, right?
In fact, I think it enriches the team to have diverse people. I think the common denominator needs to be that leaders have to value the people that they're working with, and they also need to be trustworthy. That's kind of a baseline for leaders, and adopting these character values are so critical. Interestingly enough, our city is the new home to the National Medal of Honor Museum, and it was an interesting journey. We were competing against 20 other cities to bring them here, and it was and in listening to the Medal of Honor recipients, they will tell you that their mission now is to inspire Americans to adopt character values. And those character values that they champion are integrity, sacrifice, courage, commitment, and citizenship. Well, that makes all the sense in the world, because leadership is not sustainable without character values. People have to trust you. And then, of course, valuing people is so important. It's a critical step in success.
This book is important in this day and age. I can see why Forbes was eager to get it out. I mean, this message is so sorely needed in today's world, whether you apply it to a big stage, internationally, or United States politically, or your church or your business. It's an important message. One last thing, Jeff, I'm guessing the cover of the book, which I'm looking at Amazon, where you can purchase this book wherever you get your books. I'm looking at Amazon, The Unity Blueprint, Aligning People and Purpose for Lifelong Success. The cover has a bridge, and I'll bet as a civil engineer I can guess the significance of the bridge, but I'm sure there's a deeper meaning.
Piper, of course, as an engineer, I love bridges, and they connect people and places, but we have metaphors throughout the book. And one of the important ones is that leaders need to be the bridge for people and connecting people to purpose. It's such an important role. And then also, as leaders, we need to navigate the safest route. Well, what does a bridge do? It takes you over a river, a big body of water, or perhaps a canyon that is not safe for you to be going through. But however, that bridge makes the safest and fastest route for you to get to where you need to go. And that's what we as leaders need to do. We need to provide that route and align our people with the purpose that they are passionate about and work in unity. And it is amazing what we can do. And as Americans, we've seen that many times. When we unite, there isn't anything that we can't do. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah, and this isn't just theoretical idea space thinking. It's a proven approach Jeff Williams has applied while mayor of Arlington, Texas. And read the book, The Unity Blueprint, and figure out and find a way that you can apply some of these ideas in your life. One last thing, I promise this will be the last thing, Jeff. I've heard you say it's important to circle back to your successes, because even great leaders who've learned that, how to unite people and bring them together, you need to refuel the tank every now and then. So if you've had a great success, go back and revisit that, enjoy that, whatever worked right.
So true. Many times we have a success and we're moving on to the next venture, but celebrate with your people. Talk about how it happened, what you did. It's a missed opportunity when you don't, because again, you're able to forge an even deeper friendship there when you take that time to celebrate those successes. And then the same when you do have those losses. Again, you need to come together. It's not exactly a celebration, but you do talk about the things that you did right, the things that you did wrong. But then again, you then pick each other up and move on to future successes.
Love it. Appreciate you being on, Jeff Williams, and the new book. Check it out, the Unity Blueprint, available now, Amazon or wherever you buy books. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Piper.
Have a great day. Cowboy State Daily show continues. Jeff Williams was calling me Piper, which is okay. Piper is our behind the scenes. You know her Fridays. She's in front of the scenes, on the scene, as like the best chef I know. Cooking Wyoming with Piper. But Piper also helps out with the booking of guests. We got to take a break, final break of this hour, and then we'll chat about some more stories in the Cowboy State Daily after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Two stories today that I think are, in my opinion, eerily similar. Neither one has to do with the two moose getting it on in Red Lodge, Montana. we'll save that for another moment. No, these two stories to me have a common theme. One is Cowboy State Daily story, father of teen stabbing victim Bobby Maher sues Casper Mall as well as Target for sloppy security. The other story is Haitian trucker takes the stand in his defense. And his quote of the trial is, "Oh my God, what happened?" To me, these stories are similar they're tied together in this theme. What are we trying to do here? We're not going to bring back either victim of this case. I know right now people want to go scorched earth on immigration truckers, on truckers who can't speak English. That's the new target of our angst. Tomorrow it'll be the Karen Phillies baseball fan who wants to take a souvenir away from a kid. Like, what do we want to hate today? And the thing that politicians tell us to hate today is these semi-tractor trailer drivers who can't speak English. They're to be hated. They're to be vilified. They're the problem. And it's easy to get there because most of us already don't like truckers, right? I mean, I appreciate truckers. I respect the job. It's tough driving for a living. You're away from your family. You got to deal with, just like spend 2 hours on the highways today and spend 1 hour and you'll see how many incidents that have you borderline road rage. These guys do it professionally. These men and women do it all day, all night. That's their job, is to stare through a windshield at the idiot behavior of drivers. Oh, man. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But yeah, it's easy to get there when someone says, these truckers who can't speak English. If only they could come to America and speak American. I think we take that argument a little too far. It's not their lack of English that makes them a good or bad driver. They all know what a stop sign is. If you get a CDL, you can drive a truck. Now, you don't have the experience. You haven't been through everything. Just because you have a CDL and some company hires you and says, drive this double rig from Virginia to California and bring it back. That doesn't mean you're good at it. You need a lot of hours in the seat. You need a bunch of windshield time. You need to eat a whole mess of diesel smoke before you're any good as a trucker. Daryl Orr will tell you that. But it doesn't mean you look at a stop sign and because you can't read it, you think it means go. So then you go through a stop sign and you cause a wreck. I don't think a lack of English is causing these accidents. When a trucker is involved in an accident, it's either an act of God, weather related, or mostly inexperience, or sometimes the other guy. In this case, I'm listening to the Haitian trucker take the stand. He was a policeman in Haiti. You want to talk about being in a stressful job. Haiti is lawless. I've never been there, but I've read the stories. To live in Haiti in these days is to be fighting for your life every day, 24/7. Corruption beyond corruption. Every cop is crooked. Everybody wants to kill. Haiti is no place to live, man. And he was a cop there, and he left. He took his family out of there. Saviol Sanjean, 46-year-old, speaks basically a French Creole. He'd fit right in Louisiana. But in Wyoming, yeah, he needs an interpreter. He doesn't understand English quite good enough. When judge asks him certain questions like, were you driving that truck that day? He answers, we, meaning not me and somebody else were driving, meaning, yes, I was driving the truck. So what? Can you speak French? Can you speak Spanish? How many languages do you know? Most Americans know one language, English, and they don't speak that very well. They don't write it very well from what I see on socials. But a lot of the people that we're trying to paint as criminal speak more than one language. Anyway, it's not about the language. It's not about what you can read and write. I know that's a big issue for our politicians. It really polls well for politicians. This plays well, says your research advisor. This polls well with Americans right now. Americans hate truckers who can't speak English. This will be great. And all you need is one accident. Of all the jillions of miles truckers put in to bring your Amazon package to you, there is still statistically very few fatalities from truckers. I know that everybody can spin the stats how they want. I'm surprised there's not more. And it has to do with your driving ability and mostly your experience. Saviol Sanjin got a CDL. He probably has not driven many winters. I mean, he's from Haiti. He's probably not driven on ice surface very often. He recounts what happened that day in the court, in the trial, and he said he was going about, let's say, the speed somewhere around 55. Highway Patrol said he was doing around 55. He said he was doing around 50. Others say maybe 60. All right, he was doing 55, let's say, as he come up on this scene. And he was confused for a moment as to what was going on. He said there was lights in his eyes. He couldn't tell where they were coming from, lights flashing. And he said he was used to incidents being on the right side of the road. In other words, when he sees flashing lights, he usually sees somebody pulled over, somebody in a wreck, and it's usually on the right side of the road. So that's why he switched lanes. He come in the left side, but this incident happened to be in the median there on the left side. So he's all confused. The lights are going, and you have limited time to react. You're driving a big 18-wheeler. Was he going too fast? Yeah, probably. When you come up on a scene like this, you got to woe it down. He tried to woe it down. He applied the brake and the engine brake, and he said he just started sliding. Is he reckless? Is his intent to kill the EMT? Obviously not. Was he reckless? Let's see you, vehicular homicide. I don't know. And all of this, is any of this going to bring back Tyler Harris? And that's where I find the similarities with the other story, the father of the 14-year-old stabbing victim in the Eastridge Mall. The stabbers are getting sentenced. One of them was just sentenced the other day. Is that going to bring back Bobby Mayer? No. Is the lawsuit, is suing Eastridge Mall because their surveillance cameras weren't operating correctly gonna, what are we doing? Greg says the same thing in this story, responding on Facebook to the story. He said there's a million what ifs any parent can go through, but at the end of the day, no amount of scorched earth will ever bring this gentleman's son back. What are we doing here with a lawsuit? If Target shells out millions of dollars acknowledging that maybe they didn't secure their knives properly, that's where these stabbers, by the way, got the knives. They didn't bring them to the mall. They stole them from Target. If Target better secured their knives, would Bobby Mayer be alive today? Bobby Maher. You know, what are we doing? Prosecuting a trucker, suing a mall. What are we doing? We're hurting and we're lashing out. That's what we're doing. And I don't know if it solves anything. And on that bright note, yeah, we're out of time for this hour, but we will have more on the show. Cowboy State Daily Show continues on a Wednesday. Thanks for spending it with us. We'll be back after top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. See you soon.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Wyoming Representative Harriet Hageman used a congressional hearing Tuesday to detail the 24-year history of the 2001 Clinton administration-era federal roadless rule, arguing that U.S. Forest Service employees correctly predicted that it would make forest management impossible. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that her comments came during sharp exchanges over the Trump administration's push to repeal roadless restrictions that she says that, among other things, has led to a buildup of dead fuel and historically huge wildfires.
Tom Schultz. The head of the Forest Service appeared before the Natural Resources Committee in the U.S. Congress today. Representative Hageman used her time to frame this issue of logging and roadless management around her interpretation, you might call it an originalist interpretation of how the Forest Service was founded and what their original mission was, and says that they've strayed too far from the mission of providing trees to cut and to harvest and to support Wyoming's timber industry.
Chief Schultz noted that typically insect and disease rates are higher in roadless areas since those have historically not been managed. The Wyoming crime team that fights child sexual exploitation and the circulation of photos and videos associated with it is warning people not to open suspicious mail from Canada. It's an extortion scheme, reports Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland. She explains that the wording in the mailer claims that the recipient clicked a suspicious internet link that provided the hackers access to their devices and that illegal images were then planted on them. The messaging uses threats of police involvement and demands money within 36 hours.
It's like worst nightmare stuff, right? Someone hacking into your device and planting child porn there. And then the letters claim that someone has done that and say something like, well, we can take care of this if you send us money.
The letters also mention the recipient's family members by name and arrives as a mailed letter to a recipient's home address. Law enforcement in Natrona County have received at least 2 reports of the scheme since Monday, with additional reports around the state of Wyoming. Searchers using sonar found a man's body 420 feet down in Jackson Lake in Grand Teton National Park on Sunday. Although the remains haven't been positively identified, Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that they are thought to be those of 43-year-old Wesley Dobkins, who was last seen kayaking on Jackson Lake on June 15, 2024.
The Park Service reported that just given the circumstances and the location of the body, they are reasonably certain that it's that kayaker that went missing all the way back in June of 2024. There's a nonprofit organization that specializes in underwater searches, and they brought in some specialized sonar equipment, and they located the body at a depth of 420 feet in the lake.
Dobkins was reported missing by a friend who had set out kayaking with him on the day that Dobkins went missing. The Park Service reports that Dobkins was not wearing a life jacket when he was last seen. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Casper Medical Imaging and Outpatient Radiology meet all your imaging needs with 2 convenient locations in Casper. Whether you need a mammogram, CT, ultrasound, MRI, or DEXA scan, your image is always our focus. Visit our East Campus at 6600 East 2nd or our main campus at 419 South Washington, and let us help you find the answers you need through high-quality imaging and compassionate care close to home. See what we can do for you at caspermedicalimaging.net/services.
Cheyenne is a step closer to a new rule intending to curb loud crotch rockets and other vehicles screaming around the city, even as residents voiced confusion about how it would be enforced. The council on Monday unanimously passed the second reading of the ordinance, which requires all vehicles driven within city limits to be equipped with a muffler. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that it specifically prohibits vehicles that bypass or cut out their mufflers to be louder.
For a long time, it's been an issue that people with very loud crotch rockets and very noisy cars that don't have their mufflers properly installed will tear up the main drag here in Cheyenne and make it very noisy for people that are trying to sleep in the early hours of the morning. This new ordinance would allow them to measure sound much more closely and would allow officers to have the technology necessary to measure decibels, which is going to help them then enforce these rules.
Violators would be subject to a fine between $100 and $200 for a first offense, followed by escalating fines and possible jail time for each ensuing offense. The ordinance will be brought up for a third reading and final vote at a later meeting. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that. You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Two topics of conversation that I want to continue. I've talked about these for weeks. One, that alien spaceship is still approaching Earth. I say it's a alien spaceship. Other scientists say it's definitely unusual. It's not a normal comet. It's not a normal meteor. There's something odd about it. Nobody really knows. We're looking at it through a telescope. It's due to arrive to Earth. It's on target to get here December 5th, I believe. And there's at least one really smart scientist dude. I think he's from MIT or Harvard or somewhere where they only let in geniuses with a lot of money. And he says he thinks it's an alien spaceship. He's like, wait a minute, this thing has headlights. I swear, you know, comets are supposed to have that tail out the back end. This one has that, but it also has light out the front end. So it can see where it's going. So it can see when it gets to Earth. Even aliens need headlights. And they got the bright lights on this thing. And they're navigating, they're headed straight for Earth. This is an alien spaceship. And they're coming to do war. And somebody better get a hold of Will Smith. Right? Isn't he the guy who's going to suit up and take on the aliens? When he's not busy slapping his fellow comedians? Yeah, Will Smith needs to slap that alien shit, man. Come on, Will, get ready. December 5th. That and the fact that octopi are the new cockroach. Meaning, long after man has left this earth, mankind will certainly destroy itself. I think the doomsday clock is now at like 11:58. Let me see. Doomsday clock is invented. That's when we supposedly will be gone from the earth. Man will be extinct. Doomsday clock. Here's the Wikipedia article, but what is the actual It last changed January 2025 to be 89 seconds to midnight. So yeah, doomsday clock is at 11:58 and change. The original clock setting in 1947 was 7 minutes to midnight. It has since been sent backwards 8 times and forwards 18 times. The farthest time from midnight was in 1991 when the doomsday clock was set to 17 minutes before midnight. The closest it's ever been to midnight is now. January 2025, it was reset to 89 seconds to midnight, meaning midnight, once the clock hits midnight, it's the end of it's global catastrophe, man-made global catastrophe, humanity gone from the planet. Doomsday clock. And once we are gone, once the doomsday clock strikes midnight, the only thing remaining will be octopuses and maybe some sharks and obviously cockroach. But the octopus, I'm telling you, and I'll tell you why I'm so pro octopus. There's scientific reasons. I'm not just picking. Octopus is like the weirdest invention God ever came up with. I'm surprised it didn't get its own chapter in Genesis. When God created light, that was huge. When he created the Garden of Eden and flora, fauna, all the animals for man to enjoy and steward over. Just before he created Adam, he made an octopus. And God had to have looked back and said, okay, that's like the weirdest thing I've ever come up with, but I hope it's appreciated. The octopus, man. Yeah, I'll get to why I think it's like the craziest creature on the planet. But first, try to get your brain wrapped around how big a billion is. We talk about usually millions and billions when we're talking about money. So, okay, we can stay on that theme. When you're talking about a millionaire compared to a billionaire, huge difference, right? But our brains still can't quite get your arms around what is a million compared to what is a billion. So let me do it for you. Let me help you out with that. Because it's true, most of us cannot comprehend a billion compared to a million. To hear a millionaire, you think, oh man, that's a lot. But a billionaire, okay, that's a lot more. A lot more. Here's how much more. Let's pretend millions and billions are not money. Let's pretend they are, let's equate it to time. 1 million seconds. If we're equating millions instead of dollars, let's call them seconds. 1 million seconds is approximately 11 days. So if I said it takes 1 million seconds to get to this planet, that's 11 days. Okay, that's a trip you could comprehend. That's not too long. What if I said it takes 1 billion seconds to get to this other planet? You think, all right, it'll be a few more days than 11 days. Might be months, right? Might even be a year. It's 32 years. That's the difference between a million and a billion. 1 million seconds is about 11 days. 1 billion seconds is 32 years. Chew on that as I dive into octopuses. Octopus, we learned they can squeeze through like the smallest little space, but octopuses can also, dig this, self-edit more than half of their own RNA in real time. So all of us are born with RNA, DNA. It's the stuff that makes us who we are, the building blocks of life. And we can't alter them. We can't change. I can't change my RNA, DNA. Scientists are tinkering in labs now, trying to turn certain RNA and DNA blocks on and off. They say they've come up with ways to alter like one piece of the code, which is 1 million miles long or 1 billion. What's the difference? We just learned what's the difference. But what about an animal? What creature can change its own RNA? Not over time, not Darwinism, not evolution. I mean, in real time, like I don't want to be this octopus. I want to be that. And we all see octopuses can change their color to camouflage. This is well beyond that. Octopuses can edit up to 60% of their RNA in real time. They can rewrite their brains to adapt instantly. What? Yeah, octopuses. They're going to be here long after we're gone. That scientists say just that ability alone, the ability to rewrite their own RNA code in real time, makes them among the smartest creatures alive on the planet. Octopus is going to be swimming around in the ocean long after man has extinct itself, either through World War III, which is cooking up in Europe now. Russia just flew drones over Poland. Poland got mad and shot them down. I mean, this is escalating. Russia's intent to invade Ukraine was just the first step, I think. Putin is not going to be happy until he's taken over the world. He's a madman. And his drones were violating airspace in Poland, causing Poland to shut down at least a half dozen airports for fear of what was going on. And then they shot down a few of the drones. Drudge, on the website Drudge Report, which it doesn't take a lot to get Drudge all excited about World War III. Talk about 89 seconds to midnight. Drudge is saying Europe is on the brink of war because of the incident. I don't know if it's that serious, but NATO is definitely now involved. Poland shot down drones from Russia that were violating its airspace. Were the drones were they on the way to Ukraine? I'm not sure of my geography, but I don't know that Poland is on the route to Ukraine. I'm sure by now Russia knows how to get to Ukraine with drones. They've been at war for what, 3 years now? 4 years? Let me check a map of Europe. Let's see. Poland's sort of, no, Poland's, if you're in Russia and you're trying to invade Ukraine, it's a hop, skip, and a jump. I mean, you border each other. To be flying over Poland is to go well out of your way. You would have to go all the way through Ukraine or Belarus. Yeah, it sounds like drones that have gone a little too far. Like the drone was intended to fly into Ukraine and it just kept going. Went to Poland. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but yeah, once Putin and China and North Korea and Iran start World War III and mankind's wiped out, the octopus will be dancing around in the ocean saying, I told you. You had to go messing with them nukes. Or when the alien spaceship gets here on December 5th and blasts us with its lasers, the octopus will just be smiling. Saw it coming. Or when AI finally decides, artificial intelligence decides man is the true cancer, the true scourge of the planet, and eliminates us, the octopus will still be there. swimming around, dancing in the ocean with its I told you so dance. Cheyenne City Council is closer to ticketing the excessively loud machines that drive up and down the street late at night, crotch rockets. The motorcycles are just some of the problems. Also cars, modified mufflers, no muffler. If you're making noise just to make noise, you should get a fine. $100, $200. Second reading just passed. The story in the Cowboy State Daily, written by Jackson Walker, has some people that are pushing back a little bit. They say the law, the ordinance reads vague. What does it apply to? Revving at a stoplight? What time of day? Who's going to do the decibel reading? I think they're getting all caught up in the details, where really the city council is saying, we're just trying to have a law on the books that says if you're making a lot of racket at 2:30 in the morning on a Tuesday, then you're getting a ticket. Nobody needs to hear that. One person, realtor Kathy Scigliano, asked the council, can you remember the day when you were kids? She said, I'm praying all of you sitting up there remember when you were kids and all the fun you had driving up and down Main showing off your cars. Yeah, I don't know, Kathy. Yeah, we like to cruise Main Street, but intentionally making noise, removing the muffler from your vehicle, or going to the auto shop and saying, give me the loudest exhaust system you can. That's different, and that's annoying. And forget a $100 ticket. If I'm Mayor of Cheyenne, I'm throwing you in jail. But yeah, they're working their way through that ordinance. If you're making a lot of noise in Cheyenne, you're facing a $100 fine, $200 fine. Second reading just passed for the crotch rockets. Just to hear Wendy say the word crotch rocket is worth it in the news. You heard her in the radio news. These kids and their crotch rockets driving up and down Main. What do you think, Don? They're making too much noise in the capital city with their souped up motorcycles.
Well, I'll tell you, where I live in my neighborhood, I live next to some streets where they like to do that. And I can tell you that it's not the noise, it's the time of day they decide to do it. I mean, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Is that really necessary?
On a school night. Yeah.
Right,
come on.
Exactly. Yeah.
I know. And unfortunately we need to make, there are already laws on the books that need to be applied, but all these things more laws need to be written, more ordinances need to be discussed, because people can't just use civility and common sense. Be polite. Politeness is gone. It now has to be legislated. Yeah, I don't like all the noise. Don,
I'm one of those, do what you want, have fun, that type of thing. But like you said, have a little bit of common sense. Someone's going to report you if you're going up and down the road at 3 o'clock in the morning, making a tremendous amount of noise. I mean,
right.
What do you expect?
Right. I mean, look at all the ways someone has gone out of their way to be purposely annoying. Like, you can have a loud car. You can have your muffler fall off and, you don't have the money to replace it, but you're driving to work at 4 p.m. When you purposely go to a mechanic and say, make my car as loud as you can with whatever modifications, and then you're not really going anywhere. You're driving up and down, back and forth, so everybody has to hear you, and you're doing it at 2:30 in the morning. Like, you're making all these intentional choices. I'm sorry, you're 3 strikes and you are out. $200 fine. Today's a nice day. Let's turn to weather. How noisy is the weather going to be? I heard some thunder rumbling yesterday in western Wyoming.
We are going to hear thunder rumbling. We've got a pattern here that for the next several days, there's enough moisture around that with daytime heating There's going to be some showers and thunderstorms. Some areas of western Wyoming got some nice rain yesterday. Saw some nice rain in Sweetwater County around Green River and Rock Springs. And hopefully we can get some more rain-producing showers over in the western half of the state where we've got those fires, still trying to get those out. And I think between now and Saturday, there's a good chance of that. So we're basically in this pattern of comfortable temperatures, afternoon and evening showers, few thunderstorms around. And that's going to basically take us through Saturday. Friday and Saturday are the 2 days where the rain chances will be the highest.
Yeah, I got a wedding Saturday at the top of Snow King. So I'm at 8,000 something feet Saturday. Probably going to get wet, huh?
Yeah, you are going, there's a high chance that it will either have gotten wet or you will be wet.
Oh, okay. Sorry to pass that news on to the bride, but yeah, we see it coming. Today, though, pretty nice day for the most part. When it's not smoky and when it's not thunderstorming, it'll be sunny and very comfortable today across the state. Thanks, Don, for good weather you're making.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go take my muffler off. Talk to you in a bit.
Keep it down in Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily Show continues with Andrew Rossi coming up in just a bit. Yeah, we're trying to keep things quiet in Cheyenne. Enough with the noise. Let's take a break. We'll be right back.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Suckers. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Oh, I thought you were on my team.
On the topic of what species will survive when the doomsday clock strikes midnight, my mind says it'll be the octopus, but my heart hopes it's puffins and meerkats. They're so stinking cute. I'm looking at a story today from Medium photographing puffins on an Icelandic island. That sounds like my next life. If I'm good in this life and karma brings me back, rewarding me with a next level life, when I level up, I hope to be a photographer taking shots of puffins on an Icelandic island. These photos are fantastic. And puffins, man. How can you not love a puffin? They're like Toucan Sam, right? They're like the dude on the bird on Fruit Loops. Isn't he a puffin? What a design by the creator, the puffin. And then meerkats. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Give me a meerkat. Yeah, I hope when the doomsday clock strikes midnight and man is gone, we're at least left with puffins and meerkats. Wyoming is getting broadband, Wi-Fi coming to you. Internet's coming to you. Good comment on the Facebook regarding this story. Who needs internet? Yeah, I think I'm paraphrasing. What is the actual quote? One of Cowboy State daily readers said, the internet's overrated. Totally. Get rid of the internet. Let's just photograph puffins on an Icelandic island. We don't all need or want the internet, says Adam. Regarding the story in Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming set for $348 million broadband expansion. But some aren't sold on the idea they'll get it. Some being those folks up there in Parkman, northwest of Sheridan, Wyoming. Nobody ever heard of Parkman until that elk fire last year. And then suddenly the Parkman Bar and Grill became ground zero headquarters for anybody who wanted to rally for the community. All of a sudden it was Parkman this and Parkman that. Meanwhile, Parkman ain't got no internet. They have no idea what the puffin looks like or how cute a meerkat is or the fact that aliens are going to get here in December and destroy us. They're living blissfully unaware up there in Parkman. Patricia Kaywood, bar owner of the Parkman Bar and Grill, said, we've got Visionary, which is broadband fiber. And she said that runs the ATM and the jukebox, both of which are sketch, really sketchy. In fact, so bad that she doesn't even bother trying to run the credit card machine. She's like, nope, we're cash only. She said, I'm not going to spend an obscene amount of money for my little bar for sketchy anything. You can't get internet out here, really. She said Starlink is supposedly available in Parkman, but she's not going to pay for it. And whatever this broadband expansion is, she's doubtful it's ever going to help Parkman. She says, right now, we are a cash-only business. Cash does not require a strong Wi-Fi signal. Looking at a map of Wyoming, who could use broadband and who already has it, it's pretty typical what you would expect around major cities. Certainly Casper, Cheyenne, Laramie, you're seeing pretty good broadband coverage already. Torrington, Gillette, Buffalo, Riverton, Lander, Jackson, Evanston, Rock Springs, even Worland and Thermopolis and tiny Wright, Wyoming has pretty good broadband. But there are areas in between where there ain't much of anything. And Renee Jean says that's about to change as a new statewide expansion of broadband is set to launch. But maybe not too exciting news for those in Parkman. They say, show me. They're the show me town of Wyoming. Dal Killingback story, father of the teen stabbing victim in the Casper Mall, has announced a lawsuit. We just heard the other day about one of the stabbers being sentenced, found guilty of the stabbing, and sentenced. The father now still seeking justice or money or I don't know what. Is suing Eastridge Mall and Target in as well. Eastridge Mall, they're not going to have any money. I mean, Eastridge Mall is owned by Cohan Retail Investment Group, LLC. This mall has, from all accounts, gone downhill a lot, as many malls have. I mean, the whole mall business, there ain't nobody building a mall anymore. Shopping malls are so yesterday. Brick and mortar shopping is pretty yesterday. Several stores in the Eastridge Mall have closed over the years. The mall has fewer than half its retail space occupied. So this is a mall that's barely hanging on, and to be sued, if successfully, will be the death blow for this place. I don't know what money you're going to get out of them. Target, maybe. In the suit, the lawsuit says Target supposedly purports to prioritize shoplifting prevention, but they mostly center that around their high-value items, the lawsuit says, without dedicating sufficient care to determining whether items could result in harm to others. I don't know what duty of care Target is under to make sure you can't steal a tool that could be used to harm others. So in other words, Target is being sued for the notion that they protect their flat screen TVs and their electronic gizmos to the point where you can't even get at some of the electronics unless you call an assistant over to open the showcase. They're in the jewelry case, right? The fancy jewelry case, and you can't get any. Target is going to protect their video games by locking them behind and under lock and key under a glass case. Meanwhile, if you want to grab a shelf, you grab a knife off the shelf, well, you're welcome to it. So is Target at fault for making sure they're high value items that cost a lot of money? Those are the ones they put the most security around. And meanwhile, something that could do harm to others, and that something could be almost anything. I mean, you walk in Target, can you buy a hammer? Can you steal a hammer easier than you can steal a video game? Probably. And should Target be financially punished because they're not valuing the hammer as an item that could cause harm? I don't know. This lawsuit seems a little far-reaching. So, because these hoodlums, Jareth Plunkett, who is now 16, Jareth Plunkett and his buddy Dominique Harris were able to get a knife out of Target, or a couple of knives, at least one knife, And they went into the bathroom at Target and got rid of the packaging, which is going to set off the alarm. So now they got their instrument of death. They've got their weapon. And they stab Bobby Maher to death in the mall. Is the mall at fault for not having surveillance cameras operating? All of them were broken or had fallen into disrepair or were non-operational. The only cameras working were those inside the retail stores, and those are probably under the purview of the store. So the cameras are working in Target. They're working in the stores, but they weren't working in the mall hallways. So, yeah. I don't know if Target does a better job of security. Target doesn't want to get shoplifted. They don't want to get ripped off. Target, Walmart, all these last remaining brick and mortar stores are getting ripped off right and left. I mean, the money they're losing on shoplifting is crazy. They can barely stay in business and they're losing. They don't want to get ripped off. It's mostly due to the self-checkout. You got to bring cashiers back. When you're allowed to check yourself out, of course you're going to lose money, Target. Duh. But yeah, naming Target and the mall in this lawsuit, obviously none of it's going to bring back the poor 14-year-old Bobby Maher. None of it. And the lawsuit also states at no time did Target security stop the boys or contact law enforcement to alert them that dangerous weapons had been stolen from the premises. Well, Target probably had no idea. Target's getting ripped off all the time. So are all these stores are. Dale Killingbeck has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Father of stabbing victim Bobby Maher sues Eastridge Mall as well as Target, where the knives were obtained by the two hoodlums that have both pleaded guilty. Andrew Rossi will be on shortly. He'll explain what was going on when that one moose was mounting another moose. Oh, they were getting freaky up there in Red Lodge, the wildlife. Andrew got some splaining to do. Some National Geographic splaining to do on just how randy these moose are getting up there in Montana. We'll take a break and get Andrew onto the show right after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
I like the idea of getting cell phones out of schools. It's not a statewide mandate. There's not a statewide effort, but each school district making decisions on their own. And they've done so in Evanston, where they say removing cell phones is working. Working meaning like kids are suddenly becoming human again rather than cell phone zombies. In Evanston, Cody, same thing. In fact, not only are the students not resisting or the students complaining, they're actually saying this is good. They don't mind it. In fact, they welcome cell phones being taken out of their hands. I like that. Don Codger writes the story for Cowboy State Daily. 2 weeks into the cell phone ban at Evanston, and kids aren't phone zombies. Cody High School as well, Park County District 6 implemented a total ban. Many other districts are enacting their own cell phone policies, having students surrender them at certain points of class, and maybe allowing them to use it for their phones for when they're on lunch break or whatever. But in Evanston, it's working. And some of the kids, they didn't even they enjoy life without the screen. And some of them didn't even know they had a problem. Talk about addiction. The relationship between you and your cell phone, it very much mimics a unhealthy addiction. And not only in teenagers, adults as well. You know that. And here's how you know you've got a problem. When you don't even notice you got a problem. One young lady talking to the Cowboy State Daily, what is her name? I can't. Maybe she's not quoted. She's not named. It's actually the Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Uinta County School District 1, Superintendent Ryan Thomas, who falling under Uinta County School District 1 is Evanston High School. And Thomas said that the students have really embraced the cell phone ban. and he said, when I told one girl to put her phone away, she said, oh man, I didn't even realize I was looking at it. And I believed her, Thomas said. He said what he notices that these kids it's just a habit. When the cell phone buzzes or when it vibrates, you've got them all, the ringer's off. You immediately look at it. Even if you're in the middle of class or taking a test or doing something important, just like the rest of us, when the cell phone burrs, we all have to look at it. And sometimes you just got to put away the distraction. Other issues about cell phones, of course, is cyberbullying, the use of artificial intelligence technology when in class. Like, are you really doing your schoolwork or is your cell phone answering questions for you? Cody, Evanston, just two of the high schools in Wyoming that say cell phone bans so far, just 2 weeks into school, are working, and students are embracing the idea of leaving the phone at home or surrendering it when you get to school. Great idea. We should be doing that statewide. I think Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder also believes it should be a statewide thing, but let each district make its own policy. That's probably the best. Well, where is... Maybe Andrew's on assignment. I'm not aware that he is on the road or out of town. Rossi should be joining us right now. He can explain why these two moose are getting it on. For one thing, it's not anatomically correct. It's two boy mooses trying to be intimate with each other. And you got another problem. One of the mooses is not real. A life-size wooden moose standing outside the Roosevelt Center in Red Lodge, Montana, got mounted the other day. Talk about mounting your moose. This is not taxidermy, kids. This is amore. This young male moose found the object of his affection. He only has eyes for her, or him as it is. This wooden moose has got a big rack of antlers. So in other words, this moose a boy. And this younger male moose, who hasn't got quite the impressive antlers, is obviously a juvenile, a younger moose. And he's just feeling the hormones rage. Best part of the story was hearing Wendy Core explain what was going on with this moose tryst. Many couldn't resist pulling out their cameras. That's the reason why Cowboy State Daily has not only the photo, but the video of this moose getting on top of a wooden moose. Now, you think slow news day, not news. Well, I got news for you. It is the most popular as far as engagement story of the day for Cowboys Day Daily. Looking at the Facebook analytics, you can say it's silliness and it doesn't have quite the news meat of some of the other stories today, but it's the one you're clicking on the most. So don't tell me your computer is telling on you. This is the most popular story of the day. Andrew Rossi, the features reporter, and even though this happened in Red Lodge, Montana, it could easily happen in Wyoming, wherever a good-looking wooden moose happens to be standing around. There's always some boy moose licking his chops saying, I got to get me some of that. And hopefully without the splinters. Ouch. Andrew Rossi also has this great story about one man's mission to resurrect Wyoming's Aspen Alley. There was one time where this road, Forest Road 801, right off of Battle Pass Scenic Byway in southern Wyoming, was glorious. I mean, the photos from this place back in the day, I'll share those with you if you're joining us on Facebook or X Live or YouTube or the website. You can see the photo. If you're on radio across the state, great to have you this morning. When you get a moment, pop on to the interwebs, check out cowboystatedaily.com, and look for the story about Aspen Alley written by Andrew Rossi. Aspen Alley is not what it used to be, and it used to be beautiful, especially this time of year when the aspen are turning golden. It's in the Sierra Madre Mountains, southern Wyoming. In 2025, it looks kind of rough. Aspen Alley Ranch owner Dennis Farber admits, boy, these aspen trees not what they used to be. And he wanted to help these aspen. He wanted to know what was going wrong. They were dying off, drying out, dying out. He thought maybe disease, maybe they're just lived their lifespan. I don't know what's going on. Farber bought Aspen Alley Ranch. It's a 520-acre inholding within Medicine Bow National Forest. He made that purchase 5 years ago, and in that time, watched these trees just dying off. He said half the trees were already dead when he purchased the property, and another 25% are dying. Many had been carved on, were infected. He's not sure what was going on, so he reached out to the U.S. Forest Service, and he asked them to do an assessment on the aspen grove and tell him what was going on. The conclusion was he needed to do selective cutting in the conifer forest to reduce the risk of wildfire. Number one, there was a lot of beetle kill on the ground. As far as the aspens, the consensus was Aspen Alley had just reached the end of its natural lifespan. Farber said, well, that makes sense. What do I do? And the Forest Service said, you got to take all those aspen out and basically start over. And that's what he's doing. He's trying to bring Aspen Alley back to what it used to be. He's clear cutting the whole joint and hopefully rejuvenating next generation aspen will bring Aspen Alley back to its former glory. And good for Farber to bring that photo opportunity back to us all. Andrew Rossi also has a story about the dim-witted Yellowstone tourist believing an angry bison was actually performing for them, some kind of dance routine, some kind of buffalo dance ritual. I'm looking at, I hope there's no bad words in this. Here's a video of this bison. People are very close to it. Well, I'm not comfortable, says one woman. Yeah, I wouldn't be either. This bison is not happy. The bison is jumping around, shaking its head. It's annoyed. Everything about the bison's behavior should tell even the least informed among us that this bison's not happy. But for some people, it looks fun. It looks like a dance. This is why we can't have nice things. This is why we can't allow people to go unchaperoned in Yellowstone National Park. Because they just don't get it. This bison's on the brink of charging somebody. The dance is not a dance. It's agitation manifested in a bison, and you got to know that. Speaking of Yellowstone, Andrew says the next time it blows up, it won't blow up. He talked to Mike Poland, the expert on all things volcanic in Yellowstone. And Mike said, that the big one, the super volcano, the blast that goes off every 680,000 years or so, he said the next one won't be an explosion like the last one, creating the huge caldera. It'll more likely be superheated ooze just leaking out of Yellowstone. Hopefully slow enough for us to get out the way. Although, if it happens during midsummer, it'd be one heck of a traffic jam. I don't think anybody will be able to get out the way. But for whatever reason, Mike Poland says expect a huge lava flow of hot, blocky ooze, not necessarily the big, dramatic, destructive explosion that happened about 630 years ago. He thinks the next one won't be that civilization-ending eruption. More likely, it'll be just an oozing lava flow. Still dangerous, but still escapable if you've got a fast horse or you can get that RV up to speed in traffic. Rossi's got a bunch more stories, including Thermopolis claiming to be the world's largest mineral hot springs. But is it, ? The big spring in Thermopolis, back in 1900, they made the claim it was the world's largest mineral hot spring. Nobody doubted it. Nobody questioned it. And it probably was then. But anymore, a lot less water volume, and somebody needs to look into whether Thermopolis truly is the home to the world's largest mineral hot spring. Guinness World Book of Records has not confirmed such a thing, but yeah, we'll still claim it until somebody takes it away from us and Thermop. That'll do it for the hour. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side. A lot more to come. Stay with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The father of a 14-year-old boy who was stabbed and killed at the Eastridge Mall in Casper in April of 2024 says his son would still be alive if security at the mall and one of its stores hadn't been so sloppy and ineffective. That's what Robert Maher Sr. alleges in a federal lawsuit filed Tuesday against the operator of the mall and Target, citing a lack of security in the store where the murder weapon was stolen and the mall corridors and property. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports.
The suit alleges that cameras in the hallway at the mall were not working at the time of the incident, and there was not any kind of security response when these teens put on ski masks to take Bobby Maher outside. So it's just saying there was a total lack of security and just controlling the situation at the mall. What's interesting, too, is that the family is asking anybody in the community with information about mall security incidents or practices to contact them.
Both of the teens involved in Bobby Maher's death have been convicted. In day 4 of the vehicular homicide trial of a Haitian trucker accused of recklessly killing one EMT and severely injuring another with a commercial truck on I-80, the driver took the witness stand Thursday in his own defense. 46-year-old Saviol St. Jean faces 1 count of aggravated vehicular homicide, another of aggravated assault, and a third for not moving over for emergency vehicles. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland has been following the trial.
He described working for 9 years as a police officer in Haiti and fearing that he was targeted by armed groups, making the decision with his wife and daughter to come to the United States. The crux of the testimony probably was where he was talking about what he saw as he approached this scene. He's saying, I saw the lights to the right. They were refracting on my window. Emergency vehicles are often to the right. And so I merged left and then I tried to brake and it was too late.
St. Jean's trial is scheduled to continue on Wednesday. Internet access can be challenging in the tiny town of Parkman, northwest of Sheridan. That's one of the reasons Parkman Bar and Grill accepts only cash or checks from its customers. But better, more affordable, high-speed internet is on the way for communities like Parkman, which falls into one of Wyoming's many gray areas identified on the FCC's National Broadband Map. Now, Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Wyoming will get $348 million in federal funding to ensure that speeds of at least 25 megabytes per second for downloads become available to everyone across the state who wants it.
This is a federal grant that multiple providers could apply for. So different companies across the state are looking at a piece of this pie to build out broadband access at 38,000 plus locations that don't currently have the minimum speeds for high-speed internet access.
The Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program kicked off in 2021 and has since worked its way through 2 presidential administrations to get to where it is now. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Casper Medical Imaging and Outpatient Radiology meet all your imaging needs with 2 convenient locations in Casper. Whether you need a mammogram, CT, ultrasound, MRI, or DEXA scan, your image is always our focus. Visit our East Campus at 6600 East 2nd or our main campus at 419 South Washington, and let us help you find the answers you need need through high-quality imaging and compassionate care close to home. See what we can do for you at caspermedicalimaging.net/services.
Well, residents of Red Lodge, Montana were amused Monday to watch as a moose shared an intimate moment with an inanimate object. A young male moose tried his luck and found a receptive partner for his raging hormones, but Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the only problem was the other moose was a life-sized wooden sculpture of a male moose outside the Roosevelt Center.
I looked up scientific information in terms of how male moose behave during the rut, and there's no explanation as far as we know for the behavior that this moose in Red Lodge was showing. It clearly had an affection for this wooden moose sculpture, even though it was clearly a sculpture of a male moose, and male moose don't mount each other during their mating rituals. So who knows what this guy was going for, but it seemed to make sense to the moose, at least at the time.
Judging by the size of this moose's antlers, it's clear this male was inexperienced and feeling himself out. But even when they're this inexperienced, male moose are dangerous and shouldn't be approached during the rut. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Claire McFarland popping on. Claire, they're building this big fancy new hospital in Riverton. That's good news.
Yeah, I saw that Renee was doing a thing on that.
I like that.
Quite the undertaking. Yeah.
I mean, Fremont County, Lander, Riverton, probably Du Bois. There's a lot of people there that would serve, so you don't have to drive all the way to Casper. It seems like there should be a good, new, fancy, state-of-the-art hospital in Riverton. Good place.
Well, I mean, we do have Sage West Healthcare, but of course, the allegation driving this build is that it's subpar, and I'm not going to speak to that. I had all 4 of my babies before Sage West owned it. I was one of the last classes of Riverton women to give birth in Riverton. They don't do that now, but my sister just had a baby and she went to Thermopolis and she said it was amazing.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Thermopolis. Still, that's, having to drive a ways.
They let her use the jacuzzi tub. There's like a tub.
No way.
I know. Thermopolis, I think if you were a fast laborer, you might be nervous that you were going to give birth in the canyon.
Oh,
boy,
right.
You have to pull over and there's no cell phone service and you're just in the canyon, like on a pull out,
And then hopefully,
hi everyone.
Hopefully Jackie Dorothy could come rescue you somehow. Yeah.
Get a smoke signal to Jackie and have your baby there on the pullout. It'd be a beautiful view.
I know. I mean, that could be some bragging rights, say I was born in the Whidden River Canyon. How many people can say that?
No, not many.
I like your coverage of the whole Haitian trucker thing. And I like that, I heard that we heard the prosecution rest and give their case. And, I think we're in a day and age where we really want to vilify truckers who can't speak good English. And I think we get a little off point because now we get some humanness put to the trucker and we find out who he is. And suddenly I feel for this guy. Like, he's not out there with the intent to be reckless and manslaughtery and run people. I mean, he's just a cop trying to get out of Haiti. Who wouldn't? I mean, that lawless island, and trying to make a life here. And yeah, he doesn't speak great English. He might answer we when he means yes. But did that factor into the crash, the whole England? I appreciate you bringing his testimony to life. And now I'm trying to figure out what my opinion is on this case. You don't have one, but I appreciate the coverage. Good coverage on this truck driver, because it is the soup du jour right now, especially with electeds who say this polls really well. Truckers who can't speak English, they're the bad guy. But there's a lot to this incident.
Yeah, like you said, I don't have an opinion. I am still covering. In fact, I'm sitting outside the courthouse right now. There's some maintenance guys craning their necks to look at something in the top of an ash tree in front of the courthouse, and I really wonder what they can see. But anyway, I'm going to focus. So Samuel Saint-Jean, heartrending testimony yesterday. I don't know how expected it was for him to take the stand. It felt like a snap decision to me. I didn't have objective evidence behind that, so I didn't put it in the story. But from everything I could see in the planning and the discussion, kind of with the judge, how we're going to lay out this trial and what witnesses we're going to call, it looked like a snap decision to me. And I don't know how it's going to play with the jury. Like you point out, very sympathetic background as far as defendants go. A cop tried to join the U.S. Army as soon as he got here. But there's one more day of testimony today and possibly wrapping up today. I don't know. I don't have a good pulse on that. I think when we have this discussion about truckers and English proficiency, another component to the discussion, and even the most diehard critics of the Obama era, let's let them not speak English policy, are looking at the companies, right? And looking at the states. States, at least as of March, were not required to administer at least one test. I think the skills test, I can't remember. At least one test didn't have to be in English. And states can kind of run their CDL licensure their own way still. And so you're looking at states that are doing non-domicile CDLs and whether they're doing that and whether they're vetting and doing that correctly. And then you're looking at companies that are possibly hiring foreign truckers. Maybe some of them have an ulterior motive. I don't know whether that was a component here. I don't know anything about this trucking company, but we saw a crash down, I think, Texas, where it was definitely a component, like bad wages, fatigue, overworking these guys, because who are they going to complain to if they aren't? Samuel Saint-Jean testified he was here on a work permit, then got his green card, was here legally. But if they aren't here legally, who are they going to complain to if they're subject to really dangerous work conditions? Yeah.
That's, I didn't consider that. That could be an aspect. But in this case, just reading the coverage, I think Saviel going on the stand just painted a portrait of any one of us who would encounter a scene alongside the highway and trying to make a snap decision, driving a big rig. Like, what the heck is going on? There's lights. Usually I'm used to the lights being on the right side of the highway, but they're on the left. And then inexperience. I don't care if you speak Martian, man. I'd rather see you have many, many years on the road driving in all kinds of conditions, including ice in Wyoming. I think that's the big factor. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what goes on. Where is this trial, by the way, Claire? Where are you?
I'm in Green River.
Okay. Green River. All right, let's go to this dude who's cooked up some napalm and he's mad at his neighbor. Dude, oh man, advice to this dude: never leave the note. That's all you're gonna need. And this will be a short trial. Prosecuting attorney has the case ready-made for him in the note. written allegedly by Samuel Geis, 55-year-old. He's mad at his neighbor's dogs. They're chasing his cats. And he said if it happens again, he's coming over with the napalm he's cooked up and he's going to burn their place down. That's what the note reportedly says. How do you make napalm? I don't even know.
I actually found out how you make napalm.
No.
I'm not going to say it on the air.
Don't.
Because I went over there in the morning and I saw all these cleaning supplies out on the porch that maybe the bomb squad set out, but I don't know. And I knocked at the door because I was going to talk to the sister like, hey, why was the bomb squad at your house last night? She did not answer. No. So that's I don't know. But the ingredients that my bomb source... That's Joey Correnti. The ingredients that my bomb source said make napalm were not there on the front of the porch. So I don't know if there's truth to that claim. I don't know. Because I didn't break into the basement. I stopped one step short of that level of reporter dedication. You know what? Not to play... I'm not taking sides. I'm not casting an opinion. I'm not playing devil's advocate. But so I see in my line of work in crime, a lot of veterans, post-military people in some of these more outlandish, threatening, terrifying situations. And it really begs questions about the trauma people are left with and how they're dealing with it. And then as a runner who lives in Riverton, I do know dogs are a factor in, yeah. Dogs are not a silent factor in any case.
No.
Especially in Riverton.
They're not silent.
The freaking dogs of Riverton.
I know.
I could write a whole series just called The Dogs of Riverton.
You should. That sounds like a book. If not dogs, just neighbor disputes. There's always something. Neighbor mows the lawn at 2 a.m, or their dogs are, whatever it is. We've all been driven to the edge by that neighbor, but we don't go to cooking up napalm. I mean, that's not our first impulse, but maybe for someone, yes, who has served in the military and that's how they react to, I got an enemy right now and napalm might be the answer, but it might not be. Interesting story. Only in Riverton, right?
Napalm is never the answer.
Probably never the answer. But when napalm is brought up, that gets the attention of the FBI.
Yeah, I didn't even know they had a bomb squad. According to RPD, it was FBI that brought the bomb squad. Around Riverton, we say that the entire police force just is the bomb squad because they so I got pulled over. Surprise, surprise. I got pulled over a couple days ago. I was going to Lander with my little boy for a hike, and we were going too fast. But the cop, Lander PD cop, was like, "Oh, you're from Riverton," and I think he warned me. He didn't cite me. I think he was nervous to cite me because, the cops in Riverton aren't as likely to notice if you're going a little fast because they have big problems to deal with. So he was like, "I know you guys got stabbings at 3 a.m. and bomb calls." Anyway, he issued me a warning. Where was I going with all that? But yeah, Riverton police they do gotta swagger. They do gotta be, sometimes in a small town, cops if they have a swagger, you're like, what is that for? We're in a tiny town. No, in Riverton, they probably earn their swagger.
Yeah. I mean, whenever you clock in for your shift as a law enforcement and you make that decision where you're going to wear the protective vest or not that day, and it's 90-something degrees, but you're in Riverton, you're wearing that every day, every shift. Let's just say that. You're putting on the vest. You're putting on the Kevlar for sure. And maybe in your defense, Claire, it's hard to keep below the speed limit in that fancy Dodge Charger. That thing's souped up. What were you driving? Were you driving the Dodge Charger?
I was not when I got pulled over. By then I had given it back to my mama. That thing. And then when I got to Green River in it,
I was like, where am I going to park this? Do I park this in broad daylight? Do I just leave my mom's race car on like a side street somewhere in front of people? That was just, my parents are always coming to my rescue.
The Dodge, it's funny you say, where do you park it? When I grew up, when I was in high school, my fancy friend had a Dodge Charger, and he bought it at a police auction. The engine came from a police chase car that the New York State troopers used specifically to run down somebody. So I had like a 440. It was insanely fast. And whenever we went out to the bars or went out somewhere, he had to park it, a million miles from anyone. Couldn't park it near anybody. Door ding. Yeah. Oh my goodness. But then Dodge Chargers, they get up and go. Well, that's for sure. By the way, that's in Claire McFarland's column. Read about how she grew up with a hot rod dad with a Dodge Charger or two. What else? What other story that I want to hit on of yours? One last look at DraftKings, because I had the DraftKings person on the other day who was in charge of making sure we don't get a gambling habit. She was so nice, so charming, and what a great proactive move by DraftKings, who, now that we have the ability to online gamble on whatever, football games in Wyoming, the DraftKings is concerned with anybody that you may develop a losing habit, especially if you keep betting on your Denver Broncos. That's never going to work, or the Rockies. But what was the DraftKings deal? The state is invested in DraftKings, yet also has to sometimes regulate draft. That seems like a weird arrangement.
Yeah, we're looking at hiking taxes on gaming.
Okay.
We call it gaming because gambling is illegal. So there's a delineation in law where it's illegal if you do this. It's legal if you do this. Some would say it's a fine line. Ryan Semerad. But
Ryan Semerad.
I'm just gonna but where was I going? That story were two things I do not understand. I do not play the stock market or understand it, so I had to dig in a little. Yeah. And I do not understand sports ball. And that's what the amazing Justin George, our editor, when he pitched that story to me, he's like, look, I know it's sports ball, but I think you can handle it. Story actually was a day late, which I rarely miss a deadline, but I was just like,
because you were still trying to figure out if I bet the over or the under, what does that mean?
I don't know. But Senator Tara Nethercott, Tara Nethercott is very logic driven, very practical, very pragmatic person. And so she was like, Claire, like, even if the whole state of Wyoming is like the Wyoming's investment in DraftKings, a few, like $100,000, compared to its, I think, $25 billion value-ish, whatever. She was like, no matter how much we invest, it's not going to create enough interplay that we're going to be worried about a conflict as we're regulating gaming. It's not going to, it's like if all Wyoming quits drinking Coca-Cola, is Coca-Cola even going to notice?
Right.
And so I was like, okay, you raise a good point, and she is the chair of the Capital Finance subcommittee in the legislature, so she has to know this crap.
Yeah, and Wyoming, is not going to move the needle on DraftKings or any kind of big stock like that. Yeah. I appreciate your making the trip to Green River and your souped up whatever it is to cover this trial. I'm very interested how it turns out. Whatever way it turns out. Great coverage, Claire, on that. And appreciate you being on.
Thank you.
All right. Have a great Wednesday.
You too. Bye.
Claire McFarland of the Cowboy State Daily. That's covering the trial of the Haitian trucker who came upon a crash scene and created his own crash and killed an EMT ambulance driver Tyler Harris. And he's being vehicular homicide with an 18-wheeler. And the prosecution rested the other day. Claire McFarland had that story. Today's story concerns maybe surprise putting the accused on the stand. I thought it brought the story to life. I thought it made the trucker suddenly human. And like any of us who could have been driving that big rig, sliding on ice, approaching a scene, and just being unable to do anything about it. Now, could he have been more prudent with speed? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's just interesting study on this trial, on this story, because it involves a trucker from another country who does not speak English well. And that is, we know what that is in the news today. We'll take a break. Coming up with more in the Cowboy State Daily. Thanks for spending your day with us. Coming right back at you after these words.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Jared Petrino will be here shortly. We'll talk about Cowboy football. UW starting the season 2-0. beating up on the Zips, then taming the Panthers on the road, at home. Whoever they put in front of the Cowboys, Wyoming's looked pretty good, but a big test coming up this Saturday with an old rival, University of Utah. Utah U. They're going to be tough. Utah's going to be real tough. They're ranked, I think, like ranked 20th. This is a good football team, the Utes. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we got a defense. They've got a quarterback. Ooh. This will be a real true test for the Pokes. We'll ask Jared Petrino if the Cowboys have any kind of a chance here. We might talk a little bit of women's soccer as well. All things sports in Laradice, yeah. But before that, let's look at this day in history. This day is September 10th. I'm pretty sure I have my days right now. I was all messed up earlier in the week. This day in 1889, Newcastle was founded by the Lincoln Land Company, a subsidiary of Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy. I would imagine that's a railroad. Newcastle founded on this day. Happy birthday, happy anniversary, Newcastle, 1889. 1897, this day, the first bicycle known to have been made in Wyoming was assembled. I did a story on this for Cowboy State Daily back in the day. The first original bicycle in Wyoming, the first original car in Wyoming. Interesting stuff. Back in the late 1800s, 1890s into the early 1900s, the bicycle was the rage. There were bicycle clubs. There were bicycle endurance trips that were noted. You know, people that rode from Chicago to Wyoming and back with bicycles. They were a main means of transportation. People probably said when the bicycle was getting real popular there in the 1890s, oh, this thing's going to retire the horse. No more horse and cart. I don't know. The bike never did get rid of the horse, but the automobile eventually did, didn't it? But this day in 1897, the first bicycle known to have shown up in Wyoming was assembled in Wyoming. 1919, this day, the Treaty of Saint-Germain executed between the Allies and associated powers in Austria. It was, as with the Treaty of Versailles, the U.S. would not ratify it. But it did mean peace with Austria eventually in 1921. On this day in 1941, Wyomingites were encouraged to engage in home canning due to World War II. Many Wyomingites were probably already canning preserves and such. 1941. 2004, this day, Central Wyoming Fairgrounds Arena in Casper. The first 6 of Wyoming's great conservationists were inducted into the Wyoming Outdoor Hall of Fame. This day, 2004. And on September 10th, 2010, it was reported that the Eastern Shoshone tribe had voted down a proposal to allow possession of alcohol on the Wind River Indian Reservation. All these things happen on this day in history, September 10. Let's check in with the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow. Will?
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. We are well into the final month of the regular season of professional rodeo, with Pendleton, Oregon on the horizon, Albuquerque, New Mexico, all of those big events. Let's check the world number ones going into the last 3 weeks or so into the regular season, shall we? That's coming up next.
Ranchers, will you help 11-year-old Cowboy Grant Heaton find a cure for Duchenne muscular dystrophy? DMD is a rare genetic disease in juvenile boys that destroys all muscle. Grant's dad, Paul Heaton.
There's no cure, really anything we can do to stop it. So the only other way we could fight was for a cure.
Consign all or a portion of your cattle sales to the Calves to Cure DMD All-Class Cattle Auction on September 18th at Billings Livestock Commission. Consigners will be entered to win a 6.5 Creedmoor. It's the Calves to Cure DMD sale September 18th at BLS.
Support the American Sheep Industry Association and get recognized as an industry partner. Choose from 5 partnership levels: platinum, gold, silver, bronze, or industry supporter, with benefits like your company logo on convention material items, complimentary registrations, on-site signage, advertising in the Sheep Industry News magazine, and digital recognition. Boost your brand while strengthening the sheep and wool industry. Visit sheepusa.org to learn more about partnership levels and join today.
The all-around standings are led by Stetson Wright, Milford, Utah. In the bareback riding, it's Rocker Steiner hanging on to number 1 from Weatherford, Texas. Big Will Loomis continues his great year in the steer wrestling event. The Mississippi man that just keeps winning, won a bunch at Puyallup. In the team roping, Tanner Tomlinson of Texas and Levi Lord from South Dakota are leading over Derek Begay and Coulter Todd of Arizona by just about, less than $1,000 in the team roping event. In the saddle bronc riding, Ryder Wright is leading the way in his specialty. Tie-down roper Riley Webb from Texas, two-time and reigning champion of the world. He is dominating lately. He won the Lewiston Roundup. He won Puyallup, Washington over the weekend. In the breakaway roping, Shelby Beaujolais Medjid moves to the number 1 spot. She's from Montana. In the barrel race, reigning champion of the world, Cassie Mowry from Texas leads the way. And in the bull riding, it's Stetson Wright of Utah, just a little bit over Wasey Shala from Oklahoma. However, Stetson Wright, he'll be out for about 3 to 4 weeks. We shall watch those standings closely. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
I'd be very surprised if Stetson Wright comes back in 3 to 4 weeks. I think he's more like 6 to 8. He is all kinds of busted up. Ribs, hip, collarbone. Yeah, I know rodeo guys are tough, but he's not going to be getting on broncs in 3 weeks. No way. No way. I can't wait to see this movie. This movie's got a lot of buzz. Oh, this cat's going bonker. This movie's got a ton of buzz. Paul Thomas Anderson's One Battle After Another, starring the dude that dates only 18-year-olds. What's his face? Lenny DiCaprio. Leonardo DiCaprio. Sean Penn. When's the last time you've seen him in anything? Benicio del Toro. It's a Spielberg said of this movie, which drops in theaters September 26th, I think. I haven't seen a movie in a theater in a long time, but I might be inclined to go out and see this one. This one's got a lot of buzz going. It looks really good. Based on a book by Thomas Pynchon. I think the book is Limelight. What is the name of that book? I want to say I've read it and just forgot about it. The book is named Vinland. That's it. Vinland. The movie's loosely based on the Pynchon book. But Spielberg saw the movie and said, what an insane movie. OMG. He said there's more action in the first hour of this than in any other film ever. Everything is really incredible. Spielberg said such a concoction of things that are so bizarre and at the same time so relevant. he's fascinated with him. But when Steven Spielberg says things like this, you got to pay attention. Less than 3 weeks until the release of Paul Thomas Anderson's movie, One Battle After Another. It's creating all the buzz. I'm excited to see this movie. I like DiCaprio. I like Sean Penn. Haven't seen him in forever in anything. We talked about cell phones being banned in some school districts in Wyoming. Evanston High School, surrender your cell phone. Cody High School, no cell phones. And it's working. Kids are embracing it. Students are saying it's a relief to get away from the cell phone. What about banning the cell phone in the restroom? NBC News says, if you're reading this story while on the toilet, here's why that might not be good for your health. And this story caught my attention because I don't think I can go to the bathroom without a cell phone. I don't know how I ever did it prior. Maybe books, magazines, newspapers, but you know what I'm saying, guys. When we go into the bathroom, I mean, if we're not reading, can we even do a number 2? I don't think so. I can't. I have to have this cell phone in the bathroom pretty much. And here's the reason why it's bad for you. Is because it causes you to sit on the toilet too long, which is apparently bad for you. I mean, who knew? Dr. Tricia Pozricka, Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center says the longer you're sitting on the bowl, it offers no support for your pelvic floor. It puts pressure on the veins in the rectum, making them swollen and inflamed. Could lead to hemorrhoids or worse. The longer you're sitting on a can, the worse it is for your health. And because you have the cell phone, you're inclined to sit there longer. That's probably true. Yeah, I'm in there a long time, long after I'm done with my business, usually because I'm scrolling. Yeah, so there's just one more thing that we're not supposed to do because it's unhealthy. Yes, Kat, I'll let you out in a minute. Futurism, just one of the many news outlets concerned with the deadly object spiraling through the solar system. 4 telescopes now confirm there's something deeply strange about the mysterious object headed through the solar system, headed to Earth. The object that I've been talking about that I think, and not just me, but that the dude from Harvard think it's an alien spaceship. The object is referred to as 3I/Atlas. 3I Atlas. It's mysterious. Many scientists still baffled by what it could be. It sort of looks like a comet, sort of looks like a meteor, but then doesn't. Nobody's quite sure what it is. It's due to arrive closest to Earth at about December 5th. But yeah, yet 4 telescopes on this thing, and it does look, there's a photograph of it in this story, it does look really weird. I mean, it sort of looks like a comet, but it sort of looks like an alien spaceship. UFO heading our way. Told you so, and you'll remember when the Martians get here. Let's take a quick break, and we'll get back. Who do we have? We got Jared Petrino is going to come on. We're going to talk UW football, UW sports, right after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Well, since this guy has been coming on the Cowboy State Daily Show, Jared Petrino, the Cowboys have not lost. So we keep previewing our pokes, and we keep on winning.
That's right. That's right. Let's keep this streak rolling, right?
Tough challenge this week, though. Before we get to that, Western Thunder, the marching band, never got to strut their stuff in Denver because of that stupid lightning storm. I hope they're invited back, Jared. That's the greatest marching band of all times.
Absolutely. That was unfortunate news to hear that. So hopefully they get a chance to reschedule that and get back down there for that experience for those kids.
I mean, USC band is pretty cool. When you're invited to play with Fleetwood Mac on that song, what was it, Tusk? Like, you know you've arrived as a college marching band. But Western Thunder, I mean, that's the pride of Wyoming. Yeah, I hope they get an invite back. Darn lightning. Also, hey, what do you know about this girls' soccer team? Women's side, they beat Georgia 1-0. That was a shocker, right? These girls are pretty good.
Yeah, and down there in Georgia, going on the road all the way down there and coming up with a 1-0 victory. That's big time for that program, and just big time for that the athletic department all in general too. So
love it. Yeah, I like that. The volleyball team, I got somebody, a family friend on the volleyball team, outside hitter, and I hope she gets more and more playing time. Addie Thorington, watch out for this kid, man. I'm pretty sure she broke a few noses at the high school level playing for Powell. I would not get in the way of one of her spikes. I'd be like, nope.
No, it's like fast pitch softball back there. You got to take these shots, and you better be ready for them for sure.
I don't know how they do it, volleyball players. But the real danger is going to be on the gridiron this Saturday, and I hope the Utes are ready. Is this the rivalry it has been in the past? I don't know. Wyoming, the Pokes and the Utes. Is this a rivalry still, Jared?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say it's still a rivalry since now we're in different leagues and different. We don't play as much. I wish it was just because we're so close to each other. But it's good that we've gotten a taste of it. Last year we got BYU. This year we get Utah. I think that's awesome for the experience. You heard Coach Whittingham talk in his press conference yesterday that only his coaches know what Laramie's like. No one on his team really knows what Laramie's like, and they better be ready. I think there's a player on their team that transferred from Wyoming last year that's on their team now, but other than that, no one's ever been there. So hopefully that's some good home cooking for us and gets them to come up there and play at elevation. But anyway, we'll see this Saturday.
Yeah, I love when nobody knows, and there's this great. Then there's a little mystique, a little mystery for the teams coming in. They don't know, they haven't been to Laramie. They'll come in a little wide-eyed, and you can jump them. You can jump that team like that. Although the quarterback, Devin Dampier, he's a New Mexico transfer. This kid, look at the numbers. I think he leads the team in rushing. He's throwing like completing 80% of his passes, 5 TDs, no interceptions. He's a problem.
Yeah, there's no question. And obviously we're very familiar with him. Last year, he ran for over 200 yards against us at New Mexico. So he's no secret to us. So I think the staff knew all summer that when he transferred and followed his offensive coordinator to Utah, that, and that obviously Utah being on our schedule, we were going to see him again. And he played lights out against UCLA that first week, and then played well last week in some short time because they blew him out so bad. But yeah, he's a weapon. I mean, he can throw the football. He's lethal with his feet. And the only thing now, he's probably got a better offensive line, better team around him, than he did at New Mexico. So that's scary for the defensive staff this week as they're preparing for that offense.
We're talking to Jared Petrino. We're teeing up the big game this Saturday. Polk's going to be home again for the second week and taking on this is going to be a heavy lift, toughest challenge of the year, no doubt. Utah, I don't know if it was an upset, but they just spanked UCLA, and they've hung 40 plus now offensively on 2 opponents back to back. They are scoring a ton. And they're up against a defense that surrendered a single touchdown in 2 games. That's where this game on paper gets decided. Does the high-power offense coming into Laramie, what are they going to do when they meet this Cowboy defense? Is the Cowboy defense for real? Often when that catches your attention, Jared, it's the other side of the game that really decides it. Can the Wyoming offense continue to roll, make big plays, chunk plays? Can they get anything done on Utah? What do you think? Can our offense, are they up to the challenge?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a great challenge for the team in general. Defensively, it's going to be a good litmus test to find out where are we at. We played Akron and we played Northern Iowa, so we'll see where we're at defensively. And then offensively, like you mentioned, I think it's going to be one of those games where they're going to have to control the ball. They're going to have to, sustain drives. They can't have a lot of 3 and outs. Utah's defense has always been very, very good. So yeah, it's going to be one of those games where it's going to have to be truly complementary football, where the offense is helping the defense out. The defense is finding a way to get takeaways for the offense, get short fields, and then special teams has got to be on point and do their part, because Coach Whittingham obviously is big into special teams, and so they're going to have they've always had a bunch of great kickers and punters, and they do a great job on those teams. And so it's going to be a true game where, for the Cowboys to be successful, they're going to have to truly play complementary football, where each one's helping each other out. The offense is helping the defense, and defense vice versa, and special teams are playing a huge role as well.
Yeah, a real test for Wyoming. Utah ranked now, latest AP poll has them ranked 20th. So this a legit team. This is going to be tough ass. Give me an idea of you were there last week?
I called the game on the TV. Yep, I was a color analyst for the TV Cup. Yep.
Oh, nice. What was the atmosphere like? Compare it to previous years. There's been there's a little bit of an updo with the stadium. We've seen some new things. I mean, did it have a beautiful day for football? Did it have a great feel, great vibe?
It was awesome, Jake. It was perfect day in Laramie, 75, 80 degrees, perfect, right in that wheelhouse. No weather ever came in, so that was perfect. And then the whole west side, what they've done with that west side of the stadium is just absolutely kudos to that athletic department and the construction company that put that together and that design team. It's night and day difference. No more walking underneath the stadium and you're walking in dirt and walking by facilities tractors and stuff like that. It's first class. And the new press box, I mean, unbelievable. Great finishing touch to that stadium. I know Tom Berman's got some plans for the future still with the stadium, but at the same time, it was awesome with the Hall of Fame class that went in. You had 2 Wyoming football players going in, and both of them, two of the three are hail from the state of Wyoming, and John Wendling from Rock Springs, and then Casey Bramlett from Wheatland. So obviously just a huge crowd. It was awesome to see. And there's nothing better than home football games. We're so lucky to have fans that come to games, and it's not like those MAC schools. I mean, you watched that Akron game. If you watched on TV, I mean, you could almost count how many people were in the stands. So special to have that type of environment. And obviously I don't expect anything different this weekend with a former rival coming into town, it used to be Pac-12, Big 12 opponent now, coming in, and I'm hoping it's a great crowd and can create a home field advantage for the Cowboys.
Hey, Jared, you know who we had on the show the other day, and I almost forgot about him, is that old quarterback Jacob Doss, who was in the Bramlett area. He's coaching up a high school quarterback here in Jackson who he swears blue chipper D1 kind of kid. He's a coach's son, Grant Johnson, big kid, big arm. With a lot of poise in the pocket. But it was cool to catch up with Jacob Doss. Remember him under Joe Glenn?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, when I was on staff down there, Jake was on the team. So I remember Jake very well. So
yeah.
Oh, yeah. He was a backup behind Corey Bramlett, Casey's younger brother. And then he came in and started for a little bit and then got hurt. And then Carson Sween came in. Jake, not many better people than Jacob Doss. I'll tell you that right now. Great guy. Came from Lexington, Kentucky, came all the way up to Laramie, Wyoming, and just fit right in. So, and now he's up in Jackson. So obviously Wyoming got a special place in his heart for sure. So he's almost lost that Kentucky accent. That's funny. You do remember, man. You remember all that. Well, big game Saturday, Utah, Wyoming. Is Wyoming for real? Utah's on a roll. This is going to be a good one. Of course, you're going to have Keith, Kevin, and Eric Pauly on the call for locally. But this game will be televised on CBS as well. So this is a big ball game. Correct. Yeah, absolutely. And then the game next weekend got picked up on ESPN. So we'll have to stay up late. That CU game got picked up by ESPN at 8:15 p.m. So we're going to have to make sure we take a good nap next Saturday so we can stay up for that one.
Right. Good advice. Well, we're 2 for 2. Let's make it 3 for 3 with Jared teeing up, previewing the Cowboys football game. Come on, everybody get there if you can. If not, be tuning in wherever you can do that. Jared, thanks for coming on. Go
Appreciate
Pokes.
it. Thanks, Jake.
Be good, do good, go Pokes. Yeah.
That's right.
To paraphrase Josh Allen. Yeah, buddy, have a great weekend.
You too.
Jared Petrino on the show. Cowboys State Daily in a big football game. An old rival? Are they still a rival? Doesn't matter. Utes are coming to town, so get ready. Get the brown and gold on to get out there to the war as the Cowboys defending a 2-0 record. Utes coming in 2-0 as well. Something's got to give, as they say this weekend. It should be a good one. Well, what else we doing today? I wanted to also get to the story about that Wheatland beekeeper. I feel for him, man. We talked about this guy indirectly. I haven't talked about the Jackson Walker story, but I had a Wheatland, a guy from Wheatland on the other day, and he knew of, who was that? Oh boy, my memory. We had somebody on who's a Wheatland native, Platte County former legislator, and he also does a little bit of beekeeping. makes his own honey. And this wheatland beekeeper had his whole operation ravaged. And when bears break into a beehive and to your honey operation, it's like a tornado hit. It's destruction. Pete Herman still reeling from an attack in the dead of night. It happened sometime late Sunday last weekend. His dog started barking. He knew there was something going on, but he had no idea it was this extent. In the morning, when Herman went out to check on his bees, 2 of the 4 hives were torn open, gutted of their precious honey, and he said his jaw just dropped. He said it looked like somebody threw a grenade in there. He's disappointed, upset, but, he doesn't, he understands that that's what bears do. He's nicknamed the bear Little Bastard for the wreck he created. He said odds that the bear will be back about 50-50. He's talked to bear experts, and they said, yeah, this little bastard has been known to come down out of the mountains and wreak havoc on some wheatland residents. This is the time of year bears putting on weight, trying to get ready for hibernation. And little bastard's done some destruction at this poor guy's place. I hope it saves the other 2 hives. We got to take a break for news. We'll be back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Wyoming Representative Harriet Hageman used a congressional hearing Tuesday to detail the 24-year history of the 2001 Clinton administration-era federal roadless rule, arguing that U.S. Forest Service employees correctly predicted that it would make forest management impossible. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that her comments came during sharp exchanges over the Trump administration's push to repeal roadless restrictions that she says that, among other things, has led to a buildup of dead fuel and historically huge wildfires.
Tom Schultz. The head of the Forest Service appeared before the Natural Resources Committee in the U.S. Congress today. Representative Hageman used her time to frame this issue of logging and roadless management around her interpretation, you might call it an originalist interpretation of how the Forest Service was founded and what their original mission was, and says that they've strayed too far from the mission of providing trees to cut and to harvest and to support Wyoming's timber industry.
Chief Schultz noted that typically insect and disease rates are higher in roadless areas since those have historically not been managed. The Wyoming crime team that fights child sexual exploitation and the circulation of photos and videos associated with it is warning people not to open suspicious mail from Canada. It's an extortion scheme, reports Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland. She explains that the wording in the mailer claims that the recipient clicked a suspicious internet link that provided the hackers access to their devices and that illegal images were then planted on them. The messaging uses threats of police involvement and demands money within 36 hours.
It's like worst nightmare stuff, right? Someone hacking into your device and planting child porn there. And then the letters claim that someone has done that and say something like, well, we can take care of this if you send us money.
The letters also mention the recipient's family members by name and arrives as a mailed letter to a recipient's home address. Law enforcement in Natrona County have received at least 2 reports of the scheme since Monday, with additional reports around the state of Wyoming. Searchers using sonar found a man's body 420 feet down in Jackson Lake in Grand Teton National Park on Sunday. Although the remains haven't been positively identified, Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that they are thought to be those of 43-year-old Wesley Dobkins, who was last seen kayaking on Jackson Lake on June 15, 2024.
The Park Service reported that just given the circumstances and the location of the body, they are reasonably certain that it's that kayaker that went missing all the way back in June of 2024. There's a nonprofit organization that specializes in underwater searches, and they brought in some specialized sonar equipment, and they located the body at a depth of 420 feet in the lake.
Dobkins was reported missing by a friend who had set out kayaking with him on the day that Dobkins went missing. The Park Service reports that Dobkins was not wearing a life jacket when he was last seen. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Casper Medical Imaging and Outpatient Radiology meet all your imaging needs screenings with 2 convenient locations in Casper. Whether you need a mammogram, CT, ultrasound, MRI, or DEXA scan, your image is always our focus. Visit our East Campus at 6600 East 2nd or our main campus at 419 South Washington, and let us help you find the answers you need through high-quality imaging and compassionate care close to home. See what we can do for you at caspermedicalimaging.net/services.
Cheyenne is a step closer to a new rule intending to curb loud crotch rockets and other vehicles screaming around the city, even as residents voiced confusion about how it would be enforced. The council on Monday unanimously passed the second reading of the ordinance, which requires all vehicles driven within city limits to be equipped with a muffler. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that it specifically prohibits vehicles that bypass or cut out their mufflers to be louder.
For a long time, it's been an issue that people with very loud crotch rockets and very noisy cars that don't have their mufflers properly installed will tear up the main drag here in Cheyenne and make it very noisy for people that are trying to sleep in the early hours of the morning. This new ordinance would allow them to measure sound much more closely and would allow officers to have the technology necessary to measure decibels, which is going to help them then enforce these rules.
Violators would be subject to a fine between $100 and $200 for a first offense, followed by escalating fines and possible jail time for each ensuing offense. The ordinance will be brought up for a third reading and final vote at a later meeting. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I had heard many times that heart disease is the #1 killer. It went in one ear and out the other, frankly. I never had a health issue, but suddenly I had that pressure, that elephant pressing on my chest. By the time I got to the ER, the doctor decided to give me a CAT scan. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. That's why I'm in front of you today. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. Put yourself on your to-do list. It could be the most important thing you ever do. Learn more about the American Heart Association's life-saving work at helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Rolling along on this Wednesday, September 10th. Yeah, worst nightmare scenario. Claire McFarland said, worst nightmare. I agree. Can you imagine the FBI showing up at your place, knocking on the door, saying you're under arrest for child pornography? And you're like, what? And they seize your phone. And sure enough, on your phone, there's photographs, videos. Oh, man. That is nightmare stuff. Wyoming is being targeted by a threat of child porn planting and an extortion scheme. Wyoming law enforcement officials are warning about a scheme whose perpetrators claim child porn has been planted on people's devices and then purport to get rid of it for you for a certain amount of money. It's extortion. It begins with a letter sent through the U.S. mail, old-fashioned snail mail. The letter bears a Canadian stamp, and in the letter, you're warned that your phone could have child porn on it, even when it doesn't. In the wording of the letter, it claims you clicked on a suspicious internet link. That claim alone works on just about 90% of anybody over the age of 50. Like, oh, what did I click on? You don't know. and it provided hackers access to your phone. You now have illegal images on your phone planted on your device. And the police are going to get involved, and you're going to have to answer why that stuff is on your phone. And we can fix all this for you if you pay within 36 hours. If you pay using a QR code, and you're going to pay in Bitcoin, of course, that's the preferred. It's the preferred money of scammers, the old Bitcoin bit. And yeah, just be careful. Claire McFarland is helping expose this worst nightmare scenario. Renee Jean has popped on the scene. I wasn't expecting Renee. I was expecting Zach Sontag, but okay, whatever. It's been that kind of a Renee, hi, what's happening?
Not a whole lot. What's happening in your neck of the woods?
Well, this is Zach Sontag's expected time to be on the show, but we'll take you because Zach, I think, is like out of town, right? Where is Zach anyway?
How come? What's my expected time then?
You're Tuesday and Thursday.
Oh, wrong day. I wondered why I didn't get an alert that says it's time for Jake.
you just thought you'd drop by, which is great because I mean, we can talk. Zach's not going to be here because I think he's. Where is Zach anyway?
I don't know. No, I don't recall anyone saying it's a super secret mission.
Yeah, he's on some kind of an assignment. Okay, so maybe wherever you are, you're having sketchy internet. Broadband expansion, $348 million broadband expansion coming to the state of Wyoming, and maybe not all the way up to Parkman. Parkman, tiny little old Parkman. We wouldn't even know what Parkman was if it were not for that elk fire. And if the Parkman Bar and Grill became ground zero, became just famous, really. But as enlightened as Parkman Bar and Grill is, they still haven't quite come into the internet age. Still sketchy up there with internet. In fact, cash is king at the Bar and Grill in Parkman because they're so sketchy with the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, they can get Starlink there, sure, but it's not always 100%. And if that credit card information gets lost in transit, the Parkman Bar and Grill is the one that's out the money, not the customer. So she has an ATM there. That is internet, it's dedicated internet. It's expensive, though. And I think that's part of the issue. It's not always affordable to get fiber to some of these communities. And the initial versions of this whole broadband federal push to get everybody connected was very fiber centric. The Trump administration reworked that. Everybody had to redo their submissions and include wireless, fixed wireless, as well as satellite. And so satellite and fixed wireless got bigger pieces of the pie than they were going to get under the previous iteration. I just saw this morning, too, where it looks like there may be yet another iteration on this grant program, which could delay things a little bit more than expected. So, when will this happen? Will it get everywhere? I think those are fair questions.
This big broadband expansion, part of the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment BEAD program, that would ensure speeds of at least 25 megabytes per second download, 3 up. And yeah, initially, now this federal program didn't get doged, but it did get tweaked. Trump said it doesn't have to only be fiber. It can include wireless, which seems to help out his former BFF, Elon Musk, and his whole Starlink thing. But is it for sure? Like the money is committed and we're going to see this happen in Wyoming?
Well, I have no crystal ball here, so I can't tell you that. We've seen a lot of reversals during this administration, minds getting changed, for whatever reason. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but fixed wireless wouldn't be Elon Musk. Musk would be satellite. Fixed wireless is ground based still. You're just taking a tower, kind of using it as a repeater to boost the signal. And, in Wyoming, you got all these mountains. It doesn't make a lot of sense to try to drill through a mountain to lay fiber optic cable. So that's prohibitively expensive. You have ranches out there in the middle of nowhere where there's fewer than 6 people per square mile. It might cost $150,000 to get to that ranch. You divide that over 6 people, that's $25,000. That's pretty expensive to connect that way. If you can use a Cowboy tower, as Vista Beam calls it, and stand one of those up and repeat the signal out, maybe it only costs $4,000 for each of those people to get hooked up. So, just dollars and cents wise, you can serve more people that way. Costs a little bit less. Wyoming has more than 38,000 unconnected locations. I'm not, when they say location, I'm not sure if that's a single household or if that's like a community of households. It's not real clear also from the map what it means when there's 0% served, because I called some of those communities on the 0% served area, and they told me they had providers if they wanted them. Some folks don't want to be plugged in all the time. They like the fact that they're kind of off the grid, quote unquote. And Parkman Bar was one of them. That's a selling point. Hey, you can come out here and unplug. We don't have internet for you to play around on. We've got it, to pay your meal. We've got it so you can play songs from the jukebox. But if you want to sit around on your cell phone, ignoring the people you've come to eat dinner with, we don't have that. Some people like that, it's a selling point for their bar.
It's true. In response to your story on Facebook, I did see one comment, or the first comment said, not everybody wants or needs internet. So, there's underserved communities and households in Wyoming, and maybe intentionally so. Let's talk about your story about these large ranches coming up for sale. Pitchfork, Pathfinder, and others, huge legacy ranches, all of a sudden coming on the market all at the same time. What can we make of that? You talked to my favorite real estate agent, Live Water associate broker Latham Jenkins. What did he say?
Yeah, and Latham has about half of the, I just kind of went through previous stories I had done on big legacy ranches that are on the market right now. I'm not saying they all came to market the same day or even the same year necessarily, but they are all available right now. And Latham has about half of those. So, a lot of these trophy ranches have been listed with him. And I asked him, hey, is this a generational thing? Is this because boomers are retiring and they're, trying to get set up for that and passing the torch? And absolutely, that's part of what's going on here. But it's kind of a perfect storm too. There are succession issues. There are changes ahead on the horizon for how these BLM leases are managed. It's just a lot of confluence of things right now that are bringing people to market kind of at the same time, with these huge swaths of territory that is part of, and a lot of the working ranches, especially a large part of that acreage that's, put out there, though, that's leased land. Like the Pathfinder ranches, close to 1 million acres. A large part of that is leased land. I think only 90,000 is deeded. The Midland Ranch, that's more than 1 million acres, but only 5,000 deeded acres. And those deeded acres are kind of chopped up. There's a bit here, a bit here. It's an operational ranch. These are operational ranches. Part of their value comes from those leased acres.
Yeah, it's almost similar to that checkerboard pattern stuff when you're a large landowner. If you have long-term leases in place, inked, that's essentially land that you're using as a ranch. You can kind of count it as, advertise it as a total acreage. But yeah, it's interesting. I wondered too, like, what the heck? Every week there seemed to be a new ranch coming on, one bigger than the last.
Right.
Well,
and these are some legacy ranches in Wyoming, the Pitchfork Ranch.
Yeah.
All this history with that, the Antlers Ranch, Pathfinder ranches. A lot of these are generational ranches. The Midland Ranch has been in the same family for 4 generations. Same for the Antlers Ranch. The people who homesteaded that, their families still own it to this day. And so it's a real, it's a rare passing of the torch, from these legacy families.
A lot of reasons coming together, why it's all coming together. And really, Latham Jenkins making bank over there at Livewater. Maybe they should be a new sponsor of the Cowboy State Daily Show when these ranches sell. I don't know. All right, we're going to roll along. That was Zach Sontag, known as Renee Jean. Thanks, Renee.
Okay, well, I won't be here tomorrow.
Oh, no. All right, have a great day. Cowboy State Daily, we got more coming up. We got a guest from the NTSB. Investigates plane crashes up there in Alaska. Yeah, we're going to do that next on the show.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
The judge. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues with Jake and Clint. Clint Johnson's with us here. Clint is a longtime resident of Alaska. I didn't know they had internet. Did they invent internet up there in Alaska already, Clint? Wow.
It's been a few years.
All right.
Good morning.
Clint is NTSB chief of the Alaska Regional Office up there. What is a chief means? You've been doing it a long time. You've been studying.
I've been doing it a few years. The gray hair shows it. Been here about 28 years. Been a great ride, and I love my job.
We're going to talk about air travel, air safety, what NTSB does. A lot of folks should know the letters, the acronym, National Transportation Safety Board.
There you go. You
Close?
got it.
Okay.
You got it.
This is the government agency that investigates plane crashes. The database I have sifted through on occasion is fantastic. I mean, every crash is investigated, documented, what went wrong so we can learn from, and then it's all on a database that the public can access, yes?
That is correct. NTSB.gov, and you can go back to accidents stretching all the way back to the 60s, believe it or not. So yeah, it's a very extensive database.
We're going to talk smaller aircraft, and we're going to talk a little bit to what degree you can, Clint, about this recent crash in Wyoming in the Bighorn Mountains involving an older, smaller plane. Certainly in Alaska, where you are, like small aircraft are the mode of transportation in Alaska, from what I understand, like bush pilots. So, your small Piper aircraft is like a Subaru up there. That's how you get around, huh?
It is. Aviation here in Alaska is way life. Obviously, we have a lack of roads. It's not like we don't have the infrastructure as far as road systems and what have you. Primarily all over the state, but especially so in western part of the state. So we have a lot of what we refer to as scheduled carriers out there. They're on an FAA scheduled run, but usually they're like Cessna 207s, 206s, 208s, general aviation airplanes. That is basically the lifeblood of those communities. That's the only way to get there, especially in the winter.
All right, Clint, I do want to get to some of the reasons for crashes, some of the things investigators look for. I want to talk small aircraft, but just while I have you, just for fun, I wanted to ask about whether there's this perception that are there more crashes today? Why are we hearing about more commercial airliner crashes? Are we just hearing more, or are they really increasing in incident?
I think, in today's digital age and with the media, I think it becomes a little bit more prevalent to the folks out there. Our numbers here in Alaska and nationwide over the last 20 years have actually gone down a bit. However, the media, obviously, they're media intensive. Airplane accidents are of interest to folks. I'm not saying that we're out of the woods by any means, but obviously the media and the digital age plays a part in that.
Okay, let's reconstruct a crash. NTSB is called in first thing. What are some of the tools at your disposal right away? We know about the so-called black box. Planes have something that records, similar to automobiles anymore, that would record certain information you're going to look at and access. There's also, I imagine, eyewitness. You're going to do interviews. What are your investigative tools when you get on scene?
So it's a little different for the regional investigators like myself. We have roughly 50 investigators nationwide, so it's a very small little group. Primarily, those investigators come from industry. They're folks that have flown in the past. I came from the helicopter industry. My family was in the helicopter business up here. But as far as the tools that we have in general aviation airplanes, you don't see, we refer to them as the cockpit voice recorder or flight data recorder, the black box. They're not black by any means.
Yeah.
But So we rely a little bit more on witness accounts. In today's digital age, again, electronics in airplanes, a lot of those those electronics, GPSs, radio, avionics equipment will store what we refer to as non-volatile information. So that'll give us speeds, temperatures, pitch angles, what have you. So we still use that data and collect that data at accident sites, and it frankly is very, very useful for us.
Things that can factor into crashes and incidents in Wyoming, certainly elevation and terrain, some things that Alaska shares with Wyoming. They bring extra challenges, don't they, when you're flying in terrain and you're flying in high elevation where there's just no air to push against.
Yeah, so the best way to sum that up with the limited time that we have here, we look at 3 different areas basically when we step on site for an aircraft accident. And you learn this from the time you walk in and your first day in the academy: man, machine, environment. Man being the human portion, machine being the mechanical, and then also the environment. So basically it's a process of elimination. So for the Sheridan accident or the Wyoming accident, we're still very much in the formative stages of that accident investigation. All 3 of those items are on the table at this point right now.
Yeah, and when you refer to environment, I've heard it said, I've heard NTSB in the literature say weather doesn't cause accidents. The reluctance to abandon plans causes accidents. When you're faced with some weather, it's this idea that I've always flown this. I know what I'm going to encounter. The weather's not that bad. And you don't have a plan B. There's only plan A, and you cannot get your eye off that focus. Like, I want to make this trip no matter what. And that's the problem, not weather.
Absolutely. It's like fingernails on a chalkboard for me when I hear that the weather caused the accident. That's not the case. It's typically the decisions that were made up to that point, whether it's a pilot, an operator. There's usually a lot more folks involved there. Not saying that played any part in this accident here that we experienced in the last couple of weeks, but those are the areas that we're going to be looking at: man, machine, environment.
Yeah, and also when you hear there's a certain risk involved in taking a flight as a pilot that you've never taken before. You don't know the flight plan. You don't know what mountains you're going to encounter, what certain localized weather you're going to encounter. But it's almost worse if you've made the run before many times, and that can factor into an inflated sense of confidence. As they say in the investment advertisements, past accomplishment is no guarantee of future success. It can be a problem if you've made that same run many times.
Absolutely. And the same concept holds for driving a car over an area that you've gone over many, many times. I don't want to say you become complacent, become comfortable with it, and you lower your risk factor for the most part. Again, not saying that played a part in this accident here, but those are areas that we're going to be looking at very, very closely.
Yeah, and we're talking to NTSB chief, and we're not trying to reconstruct the Sheridan, Wyoming crash or say anything about it. We're just making generalizations. Sure. Clint Johnson is speaking with us. Let's talk about the plane, the Piper PA 28180, whatever that is. It's built in 1965. So it's an older plane. Are old planes necessarily an issue? And we know if flying in elevation in Wyoming, horsepower is king, especially flying over mountains. Is this plane just too old to do it anymore, or can we not say that?
No, so it's quite a bit different with aircraft. There are very strict standards as far as, putting it in very basic terms, very strict standards as far as airworthiness goes. And it's not like an old car for the most part. I mean, a lot of these components have been overhauled many, many times. These airplanes go through standard checks either on an annual basis or 100-hour or 50-hour basis. So they're looked at all the time, and as long as they're maintained. Don't know exactly what the condition was of this airplane by any means. Again, that's what we're going to be looking at over the next couple of weeks here. But it's not like a 1964 Volkswagen by any means. It's, hasn't been maintained. It's completely different.
Yeah, we're talking about the Palmer family that crashed. Earl Palmer was the pilot, and the loss of life, 13-year-old Amelia Palmer, rodeo star in the making. Just a tragic accident that happened not too long ago. So, Clint, what can you ascertain from radio traffic? I mean, that the communications, that's key. So is stuff recorded automatically? Do you have to, can you talk to any kind of air traffic controllers who say, oh yeah, the last thing the pilot said was fill in the blank? Like, how do you reconstruct the whole communication?
Yeah, so all those communications, especially coming out of the Sheridan area or from the airport there, those are all recorded conversations. To let you know, we do, on an accident like this, we have an air traffic control investigator that's been assigned to this out of our Washington, D.C. office. All that is electronic now. So we look at the weather briefings that they got, what kind of a flight plan they were on. To go one step further, what we refer to as ADS-B, which is kind of it's a tracking system for the most part. Again, putting it in very, very basic terms here, just with the time that we have. So we can have the air traffic control folks give us an actual track over the ground to see exactly what the track was. And all of that information has been gathered. We're looking at that right now, specifically for this accident.
Well, on a more national topic, while we have you, is NTSB challenged with any of the kind of hiring or being staffed up, hired enough? You know, we heard about the New Jersey airport, and we hear about a lack of air traffic controllers. We need way more of them. What about NTSB? Do you have enough investigators?
Well, we're always looking for good folks, obviously. And, as far as, past, as far as hiring goes, we're always looking for folks. It's been a little tough here in the last couple of years to fill those spots, but we're well ahead of the game right now. And we always have great people coming on board. We have a whole slew of new investigators that just were sworn in this last week, which I'm pretty excited about, and on we go.
Hey, do you have to be a pilot to be at NTSB? Are you a pilot? Do you still fly?
So I don't fly anymore. I mean, that's what I did for quite some time. As I mentioned before, my family was in the helicopter business up here. But for the regional investigators, a large majority of our investigators, when they start, come from industry. Not every single one, but that's basically the way in. We're using those experiences that they gained before in the private sector and using those for investigating accidents.
I know I might be getting you a little off reservation, but just because I've never been able to talk to an NTSB person, Clint, did you hear about I don't know what airlines, some commercial pilot made the news saying that he just wasn't feeling it, meaning there was something wrong with his aircraft. They swapped him out, got him another one, and then there was something wrong with that one. He said, "You know what? We're not doing this flight. I'm not." What do you think about a pilot's ability to make that call in the cockpit? And it's probably pretty important that he or she gets to make the final call. Like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the pilot in command is the final say. No ifs, no ands, no buts. And we fall back on that all the time. So if there's a maintenance issue, a dispatch issue, a fuel issue, whatever it is, that pilot in command, that crew has the final say. And it has to be that way.
Well, it's been interesting. Enjoy the rest of your day, the weekend. Thanks for popping on, and say hi to everybody. And where are you? Anchorage?
We're in Anchorage, yes.
What's whatever your weather is going to be Wyoming's weather in like 2 days. What's it doing up there today? Is it nice?
It's not bad. A little overcast, a little rain, but 'tis the season,
Thanks for coming on, Clint. It's been very insightful.
Hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
You bet. That's Clint Johnson. He's NTSB chief. In the Alaska Regional Office, we talked a little bit about that Bighorn crash and a little bit about, air safety and how you investigate crashes. Very interesting. We'll be right back. One last break, and we'll make a run for the finish line of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
In the final stretch of Wednesday's edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show, Nick Bryant will be with us momentarily. We're going to talk about the Epstein files. Yes. I never thought I'd envision myself here because honestly, the whole Epstein thing, I've kind of had my fill of it, but it is important, and we're not done with it. And we'll talk about why, what makes it so vital an issue for Americans, every American. Nick Bryant will be on, and we'll talk about, he's the perfect guy to discuss the Epstein files and anything Epstein related. He's been on this since way back, since 2015. Investigative reporter Nick Bryant was the first one to publish a story about Epstein's so-called black book and flight logs. All the way back in 2015, he published this. And there's a book in the making, I believe. Nick Bryant, investigative journalist. His book on child sex trafficking, the Franklin scandal was a big one. And this falls right in that wheelhouse, kind of, with the Epstein files. Same kind of thing, same implications. And yeah, this, if anybody was going to be the one to report on this issue, it would be this guy, Nick Bryant. I mean, perfectly suited, practically has a PhD in all things Epstein. We'll get him on the show and we'll talk about the Epstein files, what we know, what we don't know, and what it all means. That will be coming up. First, let's finish up one story on the Cowboy State Daily that we have not got to. I think one last story that popped over the last 24-hour period, and that's the Harriet Hageman pushing the Forest Service chief to end the Clinton-era Roadless Rule Act. And this looks like it's something that's going to get over the finish line, I think. Certainly looks like it's headed that way. Representative Harriet Hageman used a congressional hearing Tuesday to detail the 24-year history of the Roadless Rule Act. That's a Clinton administration federal ruling. And she said the U.S. Forest Service employees correctly predicted back then, that it would make forest management impossible. And that has come to fruition, come to truth, and Harriet Hageman leading the charge on ending the whole Roadless Rule Act. And I think she's going to get there with it. There seems to be a lot of momentum around that, behind that. That story in the Cowboy State Daily, written by David Madison. Check that out. Let's get into the Zoom room, and there is Nick Bryant. Not that Nick Bryant from the BBC. This Nick Bryant is better looking.
Actually, I think that Nick Bryant's better looking.
Oh, I got it backwards. Nick Bryant is the expert on all things Epstein. Nick, I have to admit, and by the way, it's Nick Bryant. We're putting a T on the end of that. And you can find him on the internet. He's got web presence at nickbryantnyc.com. Investigative journalist. Nick, I have to admit to getting Epstein fatigue. I'm just getting tone deaf over the whole thing, but I shouldn't be, because this is an important issue for several reasons. One, it's actually bringing bipartisan cooperation. That's unheard of in this day and age. But first and foremost, there are victims, Nick, and they need to be put at the forefront. And it's just horrendous when you start unraveling what this is. I want to get to a lot of things, talk about a lot of things, but what is the very latest? There's been testimony on Capitol Hill, some of the victims, nearly 24. What is the latest on the Epstein files? Are there such a thing as Epstein files? And what's been released? What do we know? And what do we still not know?
Well, there isn't an Epstein list. That's apocryphal. People thought that there was an Epstein list. And it's not like Jeffrey Epstein had the Jeffrey Epstein Travel Agency and he kept a list of all his clients on his refrigerator with a magnet.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of documentation and I think video on Jeffrey Epstein and his clients. The government has denied that, but the government says that there were 300 gigabytes of material impounded from Epstein, but it was just his downloads from the internet. And I think that that's kind of, it's pretty ridiculous, absurd.
of the evidence, of the stuff you uncovered. I mean, back when we were talking the Black Book, 2015, this Epstein Black Book, his travel records, you were in possession of some things, enough that you were pitching stories. And I think back in 2015, you were getting nowhere with it. And that often happens when you possess the truth. The truth goes through phases. It's first ridiculed, then vehemently opposed, and then finally accepted. What it was like in 2015 to be in possession of damning evidence against Jeffrey Epstein and not finding anybody who wanted to bite on it as far as a story.
Well, I had the Black Book in 2012, and the Black Book had all his contacts. And under massages, there were a number of victims. There were 175 names under massages. And then I started to call them, and then it turned out to be that a number of them were victims. And then I came across the flight logs. So I had the Black Book, and I had the Black Book in 2012, and then I got the flight logs later. And no one would touch that story. I wanted to write a story about the Black Book, and I wanted to write a story about the flight logs, but no one would touch it. And finally, Gawker published it. We published the Black Book and the flight logs, and then the floodgates opened on the Black Book. I mean, tons of ink have been dumped on articles about the Black Book since then, and it's truly unfortunate that the mainstream media has just used that information for salaciousness instead of actually to get at justice.
Yeah, this whole issue is about America's willingness to confront corruption at the highest levels. When you got high-profile people with a lot of money and a lot of power, it's easy to see how the victims have no voice. Does this Epstein issue have any similarity? Does it remind you at all of the 7 years you spent investigating child sex trafficking that led to the book Franklin Scandal, the Franklin Scandal by Nick Bryant? Is this just
They're very similar. The Franklin Scandal was about an interstate child trafficking network that flew kids from coast to coast, and it plundered actually the August orphanage Boys Town for underage victims. And it also had connections to intelligence and also to blackmail. In the Franklin Scandal, most of the kids came from Omaha, and they were flown around by Lawrence E. King. He was a kind of a Republican big shot, and it gets its name from the Franklin Credit Union. King was the director of the Franklin Credit Union, and he embezzled $40 million. But the credit union was essentially a front for his child trafficking network. And in D.C., his partner was Craig Spence. And Craig Spence had a mansion in a very upscale part of D.C. that was wired for audiovisual blackmail with pinhole cameras. And very much like what we're seeing with Epstein. And that was covered up by grand juries like Epstein, and also the Department of Justice and other federal and state law enforcement. So they're very similar. I spent 7 years on that. The book got published 2009, 2010. And I noticed what was going down with Epstein, that there were various victims that had come forward, but a grand jury said that he hadn't molested a single child. And that's what we saw in the Franklin Scandal too, that the Omaha grand jury said that King hadn't molested a single child, when he had been trafficking them for at least 10 years at that point. And Epstein had been trafficking children for about 25 years. So at that point, I decided to go down to, I was spending 7 years in an abyss like the Franklin Scandal. So it takes a lot out of you. And I'm finding victims, getting them to talk. I got to a blackmail photographer. I got to a lot of people, spent a lot of time on it, spent a lot of money on it. And I just felt it was a story that needed to be told. So when I saw something similar going down in Florida, I mustered the will to go down there. And that's when I acquired the Black Book. And then I started to call girls whose names were under massages. And they had told me about being flown around and actually an island. And at that point, I think I was probably the first journalist to know that Jeffrey Epstein was running a nationwide trafficking network that also flew kids to an island in the Virgin Islands. So that was pretty edifying. But again, I was met with a lot of skepticism and incredulity with the Franklin scandal. And the same thing happened with Epstein, where no one really wanted to touch it. It was when I was pitching it, I could see the cognitive dissonance unfolding before me. Editors and publishers were saying to themselves, this is really a horrible story. All these kids are getting molested with impunity. We should help Nick Bryant. Or I can write Nick Bryant off as crazy right now and then have a nice dinner with my family tonight.
Yeah.
And I was actually, and I know most of them would go the latter route. I didn't think all of them would. So I was a little perplexed about that.
What motivates Nick Bryant? Is it bringing down, people who think they're untouchable, high-profile politicians? Is it making a name for yourself in journalism, or is it bringing justice for victims?
This is the worst thing I could have possibly have done for my career. I mean, I had a very nice life as a freelance writer living in Greenwich Village.
Yeah.
And I am no longer living in Greenwich Village. I'm still a freelance writer, but I'm no longer living in Greenwich Village. I couldn't believe, and it still astounds me to this day, that the government would, when you cover up a crime, you're aiding and abetting that crime. So I was so thoroughly appalled by the government aiding and abetting child trafficking. And then after you talk to some of these victims and see what they've been through, I wanted to do something about it. I really did. I knew it would be dangerous. I knew it would probably really hurt my career. And I was told that it would hurt my career. But I just felt compelled to do the right thing. And that's what led me to the Franklin scandal. And that's what led me to Jeffrey Epstein. My life would have been much easier had I not taken the particular trajectory that I took.
Unfortunately, that's often the case with investigative journalists. That's what they put at risk doing the job. Nick Bryant's been following the whole Epstein thing for well over a decade. One last thing, Nick, what about this other aspect that the Epstein issue is bringing together Republicans and Democrats like nothing else in this day and age can? I think, we're seeing the whole investigation spearheaded by Massey, the Republican, and Khanna, the Democrat. There was a time when Trump campaigning said, I'm going to get to the bottom of the Epstein thing. And then maybe Trump's name is in too many of the documents. And all of a sudden the Democrats saying, we need to get to the bottom of the Epstein thing. Both sides want to unravel the Epstein issue.
What is happening now is great. There's a lot more Democrats lining up to do this than Republicans. But it's good that Massey and Ro Khanna have come together. I don't know. I think at this point, there isn't going to be enough votes in the House to launch a full-scale investigation, given that Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, is very, very opposed to it. I started an organization called Epstein Justice, and it's important that your audience go to EpsteinJustice.com. And what we're lobbying for is an independent congressional commission. And we know that it's going to be very, very difficult, but we've come to the point now where our government has to stop aiding and abetting child trafficking, has to stop that. And I think that our political system, and I've written 3 books on political blackmail, and I think our political system is rife with blackmail, and we have to flush it. And Speaker of the House Mike Johnson actually adjourned Congress early so it couldn't vote on Massey's 581, which would mandate an investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. And Mike Johnson, I don't know if your audience is familiar with him, but he's the Speaker of the House, which is the constitutionally third most powerful position in the United States government. He has an app on his phone called Covenant Eyes. And his 17-year-old son has an app on his phone called Covenant Eye. And that gives them the ability to monitor each other's pornography consumption. And Mike Johnson rolled out a whopper a while back, just this week, saying that Trump was an FBI informant on Epstein. Now he's walking that back. So we're getting a lot of lies from the political establishment right now. And we've seen our government engage in various types of malfeasance over the years, and Americans have more or less rolled with it. But I think this is different. I think the government is obviously involved in aiding and abetting child trafficking, and this is a different issue. This is a line in the sand that should have never been crossed. And I document the Franklin scandal in the 80s. And then when I was pitching it, people were saying, well, this possibly couldn't be going on. And well, I was pitching it and people were saying this possibly couldn't be going on. Epstein was going on. So it's something that we have to, as Americans, we need to clean out our political system from blackmail, especially blackmail with children.
Cover up corruption at the highest level. Learn how you can get involved. Follow this more. Nick Bryant's been at it for over a decade. Nick, thanks for joining us. Check out the website, EpsteinJustice.com. The next webinar session coming up September 23rd, EpsteinJustice.com. Nick, thanks for digging into this and staying with it like a dog on a bone. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend.
You too.
Nick Bryant, we got to roll out of here. That'll do it for us on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.